All right. I think everything is up and running now. Everything should be behaving, except put that over there. So we can see the health indicators and hide the F12 chat, because there's always F12 chat. See how the game's going to perform. When I first logged in, had a server error almost right away, and good God, the frame rate was terrible afterwards. I mean, like 10 and lower. It was terrible. Seems better now. How you doing, Amy? Oh, God. We're gonna see how .2 is treating alive, and see how long we can actually just play the game. Let's see. I was going to. Okay, that is photo mode, so that should be the worst when it comes to performance. You don't see any of the pixelization in the clouds, really. See if it's any better if I turn it back down to very high. No. Don't really see any pixelization right now, but everything seems to be behaving. Alright. That's good, because it was going to be like it was a little while ago. It was going to be unplayable. I wasn't going to be able to do anything. Or wait, does that count? Well, I mean, that's about all I got today. I did manage to get some sleep last night, but really, honestly, the first time in days. I actually was able to roll over and go back to sleep when I woke up. Got the Singularity armor, which I use all the time. Love that Orc Mark 10. All right. I need to, well, let's see. I did call or retrieve made ships available. Let's see if we can
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is
get the Star Runner. Get it. I'm going to throw the Nursa in it. See about doing some missions. Did actually keep my components. I'm not worried about the missiles. All right, and the medevacs there too. Want to get at least one combat shit. Somebody's having a cow. Who pointed a med gun at him? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. This guy doesn't care. Security's like, I don't know why these civilians are freaked out. Reminds me of City of Heroes. Back in the day when you used your powers near them and stuff happened, they'd go running down the street going, ah! That shit used to tickle the shit out of me. All right. I did want to see when we get to the shuttle. We made it. I want to make sure that the Cousin Crow stuff is working. And I don't think that there's a size 3 stealth shield, but I want to check. It was, although, you know, there's a, they finally got permission for that, the word I'm looking for is gone. To relaunch that player generated server architecture, so I think people are playing again, although I don't think I have any of my original media. I played both. I had a lot of characters in City of Heroes. There was a lot of archetypes that I used to really enjoy.
approaching next station.
The Homecoming server, yeah.
Prepare to disembark.
My problem with it at this point would be I don't do well with old graphics. I just don't have a lot of patience for it. For me, that's something that's essential, is the graphics need to be pushing forward, or visually I get bored. Otherwise, I'd go back to other games that I enjoyed. Even as grindy as it was, you know, like Dark Age of Camelot, where I met the wife, I'd go play a reborn Dark Age of Camelot game if it had modern graphics. It's like even WoW, I can't be interested in really going back to WoW, because even after the graphics update, it's like, nope, it's too dated for me now. It's too old. Give me something new. It's like I can't fathom the idea of, you know, playing a RuneScape or even Ultima Online now, right? They got a new server, rule set and everything, and I loved Ultima Online. And I think that the new server set over there is kind of a flashback to the original game, which is all cool, but the graphics are just not going to interest me. You get copy yet? No? You can't get copy yet? Why not? I would melt my whole fleet to be able to buy a Kraken. I'm not gonna lie. I think the Kraken is just amazing looking. It's almost everything that I want in my sci-fi game. Well, fortunately, I have copy. My poor character doesn't have copy, though. Where does this go? Just, is there another door? Oh, okay. So this is how you get the hell out of Dodge if the platform decides to fall out of the sky, I guess, huh? Makes me feel safer just being here. Not. Oh, God. Am I stuck outside? Hello? This is Star Citizen right now, man. Come on. Oh, my God. Whatever. I'm not testing it again. All right. Let me do what I'm here for. I was gonna try stealth components on the Star Runner, but I don't think there's a stealth shield available for it now that it's size 3. Stealth grade C, size 2. 1, 2, 2, 3. It's a civilian shield. And I've got to say, how come we cannot choose the size of components in this filter? TNG, please. Just let me have a size choice here. Military, military. Military. Size 1. Guess I could just go look on Urkel, see if there even is one. Star Runner. Stronghold. Okay, so there's only a handful of shields, and none of them are stealth. Okay, well maybe stealth size 3 just isn't a thing. Could be, I don't know. But I won't worry about it since there isn't one. Right. I'll have to claim the ship before I can actually put components on it, so I guess we'll just roll with whatever's available in the inventory. I should have a fair amount of ship components for my usuals. Oh, what is going on? Why do I have a mouse cursor? Alright, there we go. I was stuck in some kind of interact mode. Even the acceleration on my mouse was wrong. Weird. We just missed the shuttle. I feel like they changed something here. It's very cloudy, which, I mean, kind of makes sense, but I don't remember it feeling quite so misty. Of course, it could be the time of day. I don't see any NPCs all piled up on weird places yet. So I wonder if that will still happen as the server spends a little bit of time getting old and cluttered.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
You know what? I never did finish adjusting
Last call for passengers.
levels on stuff.
To depart. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Look forward to being able to hold on to the rails and stuff. Saw some of that in the Squadron 42 demo. Well, I watched most of the CitizenCon coverage. I missed some of the first day because it was early. Figure I'll watch it in a couple of days here. But, man, there was a whole lot of stuff to see. All of that stuff with the personal/org space stations, I feel like is 10 years out.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to shuttle is approaching the station.
What is that bot-like behavior?
The shuttle is preparing to depart. At Orson Skyway Shuttle service,
Yes, sus is the right word. How you doing, Cadmium?
enjoy your flight.
So much stuff to work through. Seriously wondering if they'll ever get it out of perpetual. Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, the thing is that,
The next shuttle is approaching.
of course, the meme is whatever we're talking about in Star Citizen.
Not a problem.
You know, in brackets, whatever.
Long shortly.
It'll be done in 2 years, right? So for them to announce
The shuttle
a
is
Squadron 42 release at 2026 is kind of a meme in a way, right? But there is actually a release year. It'll probably be early 26, right? But the thing is that once Squadron 42 is released and in the hands of the public, I feel like they will have little choice except to actually progress things in the persistent universe and stick with the decisions they've made. Always 2 years away, exactly, Jammer. This server seems better now. The first one I was on, I got a server error like 5 minutes after I logged in, and the performance on whatever server I recovered on was absolutely abysmal. I mean, I'm talking about frame drops, sub 10 FPS. It was awful, but this one seems better. So we'll see.
shuttle is preparing to depart.
Cadmian says, if you're a real person, come back in 86,400 seconds and apologize for demanding friendship and playtime. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. That seems pretty sus to me. That's definitely, if they had not put, you know, some kind of do this for me thing in there, I wouldn't have been so bothered. Chose new Babbage for the patch. My hangar worked, you know, in the first login. We'll see when I get there. Hopefully it'll continue to work. Otherwise, I'll probably just go to Lorville, reset and go to Lorville, but hopefully everything will behave. Because I was able to spawn the ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᚈᚏ, and then, you know, the server crashed. Finding Zeus. Borrowed it to get to Tressler. Even had it impounded. So if it has someone's stuff, it will be there. There you go. You're a very responsible member of the Star Citizen Community Cadmium.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
No, we don't need to do that. We need to go to our hangar because we're at home. This dude looks ready for lunch, not ready to hop in his hangar. Of course, he looks more ready than this guy, I guess, right? Can't hear nothing. You're telling me you're at the space station. We gonna open the doors? Hooray! Hey, how you doing, Dark Pix? Oh, come on, man. Really? I want to refresh the elevator and give me my damn hangar button. There it is. A couple of nights ago, couldn't even find a ship outside New Babbage to steal to get to Port Tressler. Sad Bandit, yeah. Conversely, which elevator has your hangar? Near the ASOP terminals. Be aware, though, that sometimes the first time you go in an elevator, you won't see your hangar button. Just go to another elevator or wait for the doors to close and then call it back, and it should have your hangar button then. That's really irritating. But I guess it's got to do with making the elevator refresh. Yeah. I see it happen a lot where it's just like, where's my damn button? And you have to, you know, get an elevator that's been refreshed enough to go, oh, there's his button. I'm sure they will sort that. Not sure why we're bouncing along, sitting here doing nothing. It's got to be some kind of physics collision thing, right? All right.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Why are we sort of drifting? Stop that. Argo CSBs. Yeah, I saw the announcement. I have not actually looked at it. I like the notion. You have to wait 28 days to give it to your main account. We're all working the system. Speaking of the system, right now I'm kind of waiting on CIG to clarify to us exactly what we're getting from LTI. Unless they've already have, because it was definitely a topic of discussion last night. Maybe in a bit. Let's see if the game is going to cooperate. I'll look and see. I probably have credit to buy one. You wanted the referral from Sikon?
Please visit us again.
They didn't eat the ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᛈᛏ, so that's good. That didn't get broken again somehow. Still confusion? Well, I don't feel like it's a big deal, right? Essentially what they've said is ships are not going to disappear, and that is going to make people happy. LTI will get us something. LTI will get, our insurance will get us quicker claim times, quicker deliveries. We'll get protection from some level of components, something. We'll get something, right? I'm not worried about it. Yeah. What people are going to go, oh my God, about when they lose a ship isn't always going to be just the ship anyway. It's always going to be, God, man, I spent 1 million credits on components for that ship and that shit's all gone. That's the nature of the beast. It'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm really excited about the other stuff that they're doing that will actually finally make this feel like a proper game. That said, until we have the server meshing and everything really behaving, we're still not going to be feeling like an MMO, but we're making steps in the right direction, and I'm excited about all of that. There was a lot of huffing going on that last day of presentations, though, dude. I do not know what to think about the... Did I open that door? I guess I did open that door. About the space station stuff. No, it's not that they're changing LTI. They have essentially said if you pledge for a ship, you will never lose that ship, period. Right? So even if you've got a 6 months game package and, 3 years later, that ship, your Mustang, is destroyed, you're still going to be able to just claim it. Because you bought it with real money. You pledged for that ship, right? But that kind of leaves us going, well, okay, so if I've got an LTI Mustang, what more do I get out of that, right? Or if I've got 24 months or whatever, what more do I get from actually having the insurance? And I'm sure it'll be, it'll be claim times. It'll be some kind of deductible. It'll be whatever. I mean, they'll figure it out. That was the wrong button. Yeah, I only caught about, I don't know, half maybe of the first day's presentations. So I'll check it out eventually. All ships credited through the website, not just pledge ships. I mean, if so, that's cool. I mean, whatever's actually in your hangar, right? That's what you mean? Yeah. Rare ship sans the Emerald P-72. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I really have anything special except some early purchases. Yeah, well, it will. And I mean, that makes sense. Not a big deal if you're Pisces. Good grief. Has LTI, yeah. See, probably. What? Come on. I turned that off. Now we have a medical Star Runner. Yeah, I was actually super surprised by that, I'm not going to lie. That was probably the biggest surprise that I saw announced in CitizenCon was the notion of us being able to fabricate our own ships, right? Now, I dig that as a notion, because essentially we're talking about a ship that's designed by whoever, and then if you can get the components, make the components, and build it, that's cool. Yeah, warranty claim. Yeah. And I mean, you know, tiering up the ships is another thing too that's going to make it different, because then you're not, even if you buy an Idris, you don't, you know, have the top tier component, whatever, you know what I mean? So, I mean, you know, it all does, I think it's all the right approach on paper. How it manifests for real, I mean, we'll see how it goes. But it sounds good. Let's see. You know, I usually put the box in before I put the rover in. The Starlancer looks pretty cool. I like the vibe that they've got, and I kind of dig the blue collar, getting stuff done, freelancer attitude reinforced, you know, from the original Freelancer commercial. I love the murder bus. The original Freelancer is one of my favorite ships for a lot of reasons, even though it's not necessarily in a great place. I think there's a lot of lessons that they learned when they made that ship, though, like the cargo grids essentially being elevators that lower on the ship to make it easier to load. Smart. You know, imagine if the cargo grid on the Star Runner could do that in some fashion. I don't think the elevator can go low enough for it to matter in this case. But I think that they're going to have to consider that if their current model of loading cargo is how we're going to have to do it, they're definitely going to have to pay more attention to that with ship design. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, and I mean, I'm kind of glad that there's people that don't like Misk. Like, I'm glad there's people that don't like Drake. It's like, it's a good thing that we can go, no, I like Ford better than Chevy. No. Give me Mopar every day of the week, man. You know what I mean? Hey, Glitch. Because, I mean, that's real. That's credible. That's a sign that they're doing things right, I think, for people to be excited about whatever, but they have somebody else to go, no, that's nasty. Yeah, that too. I mean, clearly we got a Misk Carrack. I'm curious what we're gonna get. I don't have any of the media in front of me right now, but they showed some shadow, so what I'm looking for, silhouettes of ships that they're working on, and the mini Corsair, whatever it is. I'm interested to see that. I have a feeling that'll be a pretty neat little ship. I don't know what it's going to be. I feel like it's got to be somewhere between the Corsair and, you know, the Cutlass. But it'll be interesting to see that. I'm excited about that. I still want to see the big Mirai, people calling it the TIE Interceptor or whatever. I want to see what they're going to do with that. Foldy Wings hype, yeah, I mean, you know, because I think we all the Star Wars fans enjoy seeing those Lambda shuttles taking off and landing with the wings opening and folding. I mean, that's a cool aesthetic. I dig it. Do we have any boxes? We do have boxes. All right. Okay, so we use this last. See, let's pick some weapons. I think I'm just going to buy some armor at Seraphim. Right. No, we need the utilities first. Let's grab a couple of tractor beams. Man. Didn't they used to have, I guess they're called gadgets? Yeah. I've got so much junk, man. Yes, I have a CCU2 and Ironclad for, I think, my C2, and that's almost certainly what's going to happen to that C2, because I have no intention, not C2, M2. I have no intention of keeping the M2 in the long run. It's a nice ship. It's cool. It does its job well, but it's just not really my thing. The only reason I even CCU'd up to it was because I was stuck with a Prowler at the time, because I went from Constellation to Prowler, and I was like, oh God, I need to get out of this Prowler. I think we'll be able to do it, but the truth of the matter is, when it comes to all the reputation stuff, everything that they've had to say about it for years now sounds good. But until I can actually earn rep and go buy specialized equipment or skins or get access to missions or get access to landing zones, I will believe it when I see it. Because to me, I've said for a while now, the real true end game of Star Citizen for most players, the heavy duty org versus org war people, right? The folks that want to control systems and all of that, that will be their end game. But for most players, reputation is going to be the end game. And until that end game system flourishes, until rep really, really matters, we're completely missing any end game in Star Citizen. I mean, because you can only, earn credits and buy ships so many times in the verse until you're kind of bored with that, right? I mean, rep's going to be the key, right? Because you want to be able to go places that you want to go. You want to be able to buy the cosmetics that you want. You want to be able to, get the gear that you want to wear and use. All of that. I mean, rep is, and I mean, fashion cannot be overstated. Isn't as nerdy, geeky, ridiculous as that may sound. As somebody who essentially made his living for over 10 years, since 2007, crap, it's more than 15 years now, outside of this content creation, essentially selling fashion pixels in a social platform. Let me tell you, fashion is a huge driver in a sandbox game, especially. Start out with UE and decide, this is the evil empire, how can I switch? Yeah, I mean, I like those dynamics, and I think we'll be able to do it. I think they know it's essential that we need to be able to pursue. They kept saying such and such with a purpose, right? I keep waiting to hear them say that again and again and again. Find your purpose is going to be the catchphrase eventually. With a bunch of 30 to 50-year-old dudes playing Barbie. Well, I mean, there's some people that don't care, right? I mean, I get it. Some people don't. I think that more people will care as the game becomes more stable. Right, there you go. Dead G.I. Joe action figures. But I mean, we see it all the time. If you played any Final Fantasy 14, you know that they don't call it transmog on 14. They call it glamours. Glamour is the real end game for a lot of people in 14. Is that transmog gear runs in WoW was the thing. It's, I mean, it just is. People want, and it's more than one thing, right? Because if you've got that special rep with, whatever epic, Pat, leave that little dog alone or I will whoop your ass. Thank you, Zeralis. I appreciate the support, dude. Shit. Animals totally sidetracked me. If you've got all of that cool drip that you wanted for your look, right? It's a flex. Like, yeah, man, I hammered that rep. I owned it. Right? It's a flex on top of the fact that you want your character to look cool in the way you want your character to look. So, and rep definitely needs to be a big part of that. You want to get the components for whatever it is that you want to craft, because the best crafted gear is going to be the best geared in the game, they've said, right? Which is, I think, exactly the right way to do it, by the way. Crafters should always be top tier. So I'm excited to see where they go with it all, for sure. It sounds good, you know, that they're more leaning towards the crafted stuff is I think a big deal. All right, let's see. We need a couple of true holds. Crypto keys don't carry over still. All right. Let's grab a couple of sidearms. You know what? We're just going to grab... oh, that's a Uber up. I really wish they'd fix this. This annoys the shit out of me. This is one of those oversights on the UE. I shouldn't have to close the custom in order to see the tooltip. The custom should either push to the outside or the tooltip should push to the outside. This combating in the same space is irksome. Even if they were to take this and push it to the bottom of the screen, at least I could see the name of the item. I could see the important details on the item so that I could make my choice. But this is irritating. This fails. I won't say UE 101, but it's definitely 102. Still be able to do high-level NPC, find good components and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I'm sure that will be the case, right? Like you'll get maybe B tier or A tier stuff from doing the difficult PvE content, but the S tier stuff should be the stuff that crafters work at. It's all an improvement. It's one of these little pet peeves that have bothered me for a while now. It's like, come on, make that better. All right, you know what? Let's take a couple of S38s. And where are my damn arc lights? They're there. Couple of arc lights. Or the S tier stuff. Well, it probably will be both, right? Like you'll either have to, in the crafting system, you'll have to work your way up the tier system to make sure you've, use S tier materials to create S tier components A, B, and C, to build S tier components D and E, to build S tier components F and G, so that you can make an S tier, whatever it is you're trying to make, right? Yeah. And the worm thing, I have real mixed feelings about it, because I like the notion, but it's a huge world boss type monster, and you can fly around in any spaceship you want and hammer it with anything that you have. I just don't know how it's not going to get farmed by a organized group of individuals. And that's not necessarily a problem, right? Because, I mean, if you're talking about dedicating the resources of, 10 or 12 people, and they've got a good plan, they should be able to wreck it. There isn't, I mean, because, let's be real. If you had 12 guys in spaceships and they knew their shit, they could probably devastate a city. So killing the worm, all right, I'm fine. It's just I want to see challenges of that level, that with a lot of variety. If all we get is the worm, for 2 or 3 years and that's it, that's going to get boring real quick. So I'm excited to see top tier content becoming available. We need to get some variety. That's all I'm saying, really, right? Like, I mean, I want to see a base, because all of the stuff that we're talking about with the worm, you could essentially say, okay, here's a hardened bunker. Do the same thing. You got to deal with turrets. You got to deal with ground vehicles. You got to deal with an air threat, right? It's just, it would have more moving parts, but the same kinds of challenges. I'm sure. I mean, I said it's a good thing. There's nothing bad about what I saw there. I mean, I wasn't expecting them to turn it into a raid boss, but I'm okay with that. I just want to see other stuff to do too. Because variety has kind of been the problem in Star Citizen, right? They've got a number of different kinds of things you can do. There's FPS kill missions, there's flight kill missions, and they're essentially exactly the same every time you do them. There's a little bit of a ramp up in difficulty, you know, as he in a harder to kill ship, as he have more wingmen with him, or they higher tier ships. But other than a minimal variety, it's essentially the same thing. Because we still don't have Bounty Hunter V2. We still don't have any way to capture them alive. We don't have any way... We don't... I guess I shouldn't say we don't have any way. It might be feasible for you to disable the NPC ships and kill the pilots now. I'm not sure. Except that in some cases you can't... Like, if you even were able to disable an NPC hammerhead, there's no way to get the gunners out of the turrets. Right, so we're missing some elements. Because, I mean, imagine if you could take a bounty on a guy, a pirate that you know has a hammerhead, and you need to get him, and then you get a bonus for bringing all his crew in alive, right? Then you got to be able to break into the turrets and extract them without killing them. Yeah, and we can't, I think we can on a pad, but, you know, and then of course we can't keep them yet because as soon as we relog, they're gone. So I mean, there's steps in the right direction. We just need a way. Yeah, I mean, they are talking about us being able to repair, right? A multi-tool repair gun and a large multi-tool repair gun, and then of course repair ships. We'll get them. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, you might be able to tow them to a pad, and of course you could just disable them with distortion and not actually do damage, because as soon as you... But I mean, the thing is the other side of that is once you are in the ship, it's not like the pilot's fixing to hop out of the seat and shoot back, right? Because that's totally missing too. They just sit there in the seat and wait for you to kill them, or wait until they can shoot again. Of course, the truth is I don't think the NPCs are really tied to the combat at all. It's just an AI for the ship, and they're a placeholder object. But we'll get there. But I mean, that's what I want to see is you've got a bounty mission because there's a pirate crew on an 890 jump. So you disable the 890 jump and board it, kill the pirate crew or retrieve the pirate crew, and then do whatever it is that you're supposed to do with the ship. You thought it was odd they were even the ship. I think that they have thought that far ahead, right? It's just we're not there yet. All right, let's see. We're going to take sniper rifle. Give me another one. I have so much junk. I'm gonna save the P6s because I'm running out of those. Could be. How you doing, Jay Walker? Thank you for the resub, dude. I appreciate it. You saw an ad? No thanks. Combat the ads. All right, let's go ahead and just grab 2 FS9s. We got plenty of those. Give me another arrowhead. God, I have a lot of FS9s. I've got more. You know what? We'll let's do this. Let's save the arrowhead, and we'll take a couple of AO3s. So I've got multiples of those apparently. And E4, E4, E8, E8. I wanted to take a couple of bearing shotguns as well, but of course now I'm not seeing any. Grenade launchers work yet? Let's see. Well, maybe we'll mess with one eventually. Because for a while they weren't working at all. But I feel like maybe they fixed them. Okay, that's all the weird stuff. Let's go back to the top. Alright, there's a bearing. I don't know why we don't have... There we go. I don't know why we don't have a search on the inventory screen yet. Okay, attachments... Compensator 2s. Search soon. Gotta use a cargo one. I don't like that cargo interface. Does it actually have a search in it though? I'll poke it in a minute, I guess. I don't think I took anything. Oh, I did actually. Where's do I have any stabilizer ones? For the arc lights. Does it? All right. They need to get all of that unified. Well, that's an awful lot of compensator 2s. Suppressor 2. Suppressor 2. Go ahead and take those. There's the stabilizer 1. Another stabilizer 1. Just thinking, I don't think that there's a whole stack of suppressor 2s. There's a comp one for an S38, and there's another one. All right, I guess that'll do. That's enough of that shit. Throwables won't have any grenades because that hasn't changed. Give me a couple of prison shivs. There's my knife of choice. How you doing, Pats? Patsy Ike's plushies. Is that right? Patsy Ike's plushies? I don't see. Patsy likes plushies, right? Patsy likes plushies. Nothing wrong with plushies. All right. Let's see. Undersuits. Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good overall. Okay, wait a minute. I want to see this. You're saying that the cargo one has got a search? I want to see that because I haven't seen that. And then I'll bring that box up and chuck it in the ship. I'm just going to grab armor at Seraphim because I don't think I have any other arms anyway. I think I finally lost them all. Between the C1 and the Zeus, about the upgrade last year. I tell you what, the one thing that the C1 does have an advantage over the Zeus is the cargo bay is much simpler. right? And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, because one of you guys will know probably more than me, but the cargo grid is essentially on the outsides and leaves a pathway in the middle, which actually makes it easier to deal with, because as soon as you have a ship like the Zeus, where everything's all packed up on one side, the more containers that you have next to each other, the more difficult it is to load and especially unload. So keep that in mind. But they're both nice ships. I like the C1 a lot. I like the Spirit. The aesthetic is pretty cool, but I like the Zeus aesthetic much better. So based purely on looks, I'd probably go with the RSI. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I did. I don't think I have a Spirit for real anymore. But the C1's a nice ship. I mean, you should definitely, you know, not rush into it. C8 the inside, yeah. The advantage that you're going to see probably with new ships is new ships tend to have more thought in them still, because somebody over there goes, oh, well, you know, we forgot to do this last time, so we'll do it this time. So new ships. But I mean, we're still missing some fundamentals. We don't have suit lockers, right? There's suit lockers built into a lot of the ships, but they don't work yet. That kind of thing is irksome. And the C1 is another ship like the MSR, where I'd go, why is there not a weapons rack in the cargo hold for a max lift tractor beam? Right? Should have a rack for that. Where are the helmet racks? Where are the backpack racks? So, you know, we wind up missing a lot of little details that we should have. But yeah, you should, you know, when it comes right down to it, you should definitely do what's the most fun for you. I know I do. I mean, I'm fixing to do missions probably in the MSR, and the MSR is not good at missions, period. So I just happen to kind of like the ship because it feels very livable. Honestly, I'd probably grab a cutter right now and just use that, except I was kind of hoping to do something with a med bed, which is why I put the Nursa in the... Ain't that Kirby Crusader stuff? Yeah. I like the way the guns retract on top of the Spirit when those are powered down too. How do I don't really understand what's going on here. I know I've got some stone skin undersuits. Bare filters. Shouldn't it be showing everything? Maybe I gotta put the elevator down. Oh, there we go. All right. Come on, I know I have some. What are you filtering? Clear filters. Oh, there we go. Undersuits. What am I doing wrong then? I mean, I see one right there. Why is the search not working? See, this is par for the course with CIG. I mean, hello? This Yui wants to be a good Yui, and it is not. Might pick up the C2 next year at IE. It's a great ship. It works really well. It's got nothing major that I would say, well, this is a problem. I think it's a solid ship. I kind of am still irked by the fact that I think the Hercules flies too well compared to other ships. But, and I mean, I just mean that because it's gigantic. All right, what is going on now? Is the server dying? Okay, now this one's gonna work and the other one won't. Whatever. All right, where's my box? Da-dum-dum. You know what, we'll just take these. All right, and then we'll mess. You know what? I'll try and grab the armor. I don't think I have any arms. Where's my helmet of choice? Any of y'all see any helmets during the Halloween event yet? Granted, it's been a week since I flew, but I haven't seen any helmets this year. Not that I'm hunting for them, because I got them all last year, so I even have my Spectrum badge. But I haven't seen a single Halloween helmet in any box that I looted yet. You know, when I change categories, this should go to the top. I found a one. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody else find any either. I'm just kind of curious. Did they post the event and then break it? Because I feel like they broke it last year. Yeah, well, me neither. They have proven now that they're going to do it every year, right? So it's not a big deal if people don't get it all this year. They should just get what they get by doing regular content and not worry about it. But if nobody gets anything, that's kind of a problem. Come on, where are my ADP Mark IVs? There they are. 1, 2. Defiance. Could just grab their Morozov arms. Though I'll probably just buy the ADPs at... Pretty sure they have them at Seraphim. I keep wanting to say Port Olisar so bad. Those are dust up. There's one. Oh no, there's 4. All right, let's do this. We'll drag the 4 in. Remember. Split. All right, and then we need legs and backpacks. You got your Vandal mask a couple years ago. Wasn't so rare that year, but did. Yeah. See, the first time I got the Vandal mask, of course, was in the... Was it 20 or 21? The PvP thing, where you had to be in either a Glaive or a Gladius, and you blew each other up, and I earned mine with the PvP. I've gotten the Vandal mask a couple of times. I think I have 3 in my inventory. And of course, I've got a couple of the Horror Hills and all the Murder Bears. I love the Murder Bear helmets. I do, actually. All right, legs. Dust up. I wish they would sort this too. There's too many of these where the armor piece is rendered, but it's rotated the wrong way. Please, CIG, please, I'm begging you guys. Decide how things are done, and the ones that are not done right, fix them so the rotation's right. The dust ups are wrong. The Mark 10s are wrong. Where they rotated the Z or X or Y, I don't even know which one it is. It depends on which modeling program, which that is. Looks like to me, I would say the y-axis is wrong. Fix it. Fix it. Certainly a lot harder to tell what you're looking at when you're looking at the waist down or the feet forward. I can't tell which it is. It's too small. There they are. All right. And backpacks. Give giant backpacks. Okay. And let's see. The one important thing that I absolutely have to make sure I get is where are my shades? Give shades. You know, let's see. What do I have in the way of clothing? Anything good? Someday being able to mix and match armor with the clothing, I think will actually be amazing. Not to mention, I think 75, 85, 95, 99% of the community really wants to be able to throw a jacket on over their undersuit. Looks like I have a lot of the security outfits. That's kind of funny. They're not some weird color, right? Yeah. That's got to be flare, right? Yeah, I definitely didn't pick that up. That's got to be subscriber flare. Yeah, I don't remember keeping that many security outfits. That's kind of funny to me. Try to make your avatar as hideous as possible. That's some cool cat's eye makeup and a single eagle tattoo on the side of my face. That's definitely a thing some people like to do, is just look terrible and, you know, whatever floats your boat, man. I think it's good that the customizer works well enough that people can do whatever the hell they want to do. What is this placeholder thing? I can't even tell. Why do I have all these jumpsuits? Where the shit did those come from? It was a couple of years ago now. Where's the new... Why don't we get a CitizenCon jacket every year, CIG? All you would have had to done is change the number and put it in our hangar. Seems topical. We use the MSR jacket. All right. Okie dokie. We need our box from the cargo lift. We'll be able to grab a max lift out of it once it's on the top of the lift here, so that we can get it carried into the ship. At least that's the plan. course, I can't tell which one of these it is because even though I definitely have stuff in one of these boxes, none of them show the container, what's contained. I think I'm going to use the MSR. I'm probably just going to do some ground shit, or some maybe move some cargo. I mean, to be honest, I mean, for you guys that don't know, my son was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer just last week. He's already had a colostomy. So our mental state, everybody in the family is... So I'm not working hard at nothing right now. I'm just trying to cope. So if I don't see them all here, that's why. All right. The only reason I'm mentioning that is because, you know, I do tend to do combat stuff. Because I like to do the combat stuff. We'll see about doing some ground missions. It depends on how well the game treats me. Maybe I'll hop in when I shit. I need to do that before I leave. I need to remember to do that. I'm gonna pop a combat ship and load components on it so I can call a combat ship if I want one. I appreciate it. I mean, you know, it is what it is. Everybody's dealing with their stuff, but it's sitting right here. Right. And I'm just trying to find a way to maybe push it back a little bit. That's the only reason because I couldn't even stream yesterday. I just couldn't do it. Last night, I finally got some sleep for the first time in days where it was more than just an hour or two in the middle of the night. But that's life. It sucks. You know, we had a cancer scare with my wife 8 or 9 years ago. And fortunately with her, we caught it super early and I took care of it. And she's been clear ever since, knock on wood. But my son, it did not catch it early. And it's just not good. But he's staying positive. He's going to fight. And if he not only has all my stubborn, he has my first wife's level of stubborn as well. So if there's anybody that can do it, he definitely can. So they did the surgery Saturday or Friday. I'm not even sure now. The days have blended together. And as soon as he's well enough, he'll be doing chemo. All right. No, I don't want to drop it. I want to pick it up. You're not going to let me pick it up, are you? All right. Whatever. I think we can do it with a small gun. Yeah. I guess the jacket doesn't let me equip the max lift, which is kind of disappointing. I'm pretty sure I can pick one up out of a rack with no problem. We just can't. Damn it. Oh, you freaking rat bastard. Let's do the thing. Just want to put my store all out of the way. Because the rover definitely takes up most of the cargo. Alright. I was going to forget. Let me get a... maybe I'll take the saber. Maybe I'll even take the... not the Raven, the Firebird again. For combat stuff.
Welcome to the ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᛈᛏ.
All right, saber. Nope, that was the wrong one. Firebird. All right, you know what? We'll do a Harbinger too. All right, and let's equip those. Snowblind. Slipstream. I don't have the, I didn't grab the, can't think of what it's called, the stealth drive, but I'm not going to worry about it. Mirage. And we'll be fine with the Thunderbolts and the Gatlings. And the Harvey. It's really bugging me that I can't, Spectre. Which, you know what, I'm gonna go buy one, cause, well, shit, I'm not gonna mess with it today, because I may not even do the combat stuff in it, but the Spectre actually has the best spool up time, unless they just changed it. Because I used to use the, pretty sure it was the Spectre, because of the spool time for chasing people down. Alright, we go full military here. We'll leave the Jaeger. R76. And we're all cannons on the Harvey, right? Deadbolt. Alright, I don't want the Jerichos though. We'll go ahead and make those Panthers. Not that I'm likely to have a gunner. Anyway. I'll pop the Timberline on there. Alright. So that way when I claim them from Seraphim, or probably going to go to Tressler or Everest, truth be told. I had a server error 5 minutes into my login before I even started streaming, and the recovery server, the performance was so terrible I couldn't do anything. So I logged out, got coffee, logged back in, and this server seems fine, so take that as you will. There were people that were talking about all the EU servers being down earlier. I don't know if that was true or if that was just what people were talking about because they were on a bad server. So I really don't know. I actually haven't even logged into the .2 live until today. So.
Trigger Industries, a journey where
You are clear to launch.
systems on.
Like the shiny paint. I still wish I had the black and gold paint. I forget what it was called. But I wasn't interested in the MSR at that time. Sounds like the hot patch last night. That's good. Because, I mean, I know they have been hot patching for stability. My wife messaged me. And RP Chat sets out a box of blueberry muffin mix in the kitchen and smiles hopefully. All right.
Launch complete.
Why are you telling me collision alert? I don't see anything.
Gear up.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Next step is just to get to Seraphim and set the spawn point in the hospital and unload the extra gear just in case. I did not, just her. I was definitely a little shit when it came to that. There was no way I was going to submit to the authoritarian military regime. Would never have happened. Not when I was young. Part of that is just, I think that inherent, you tend to get one or the other when you have a military parent, because my dad was in the Air Force, and he didn't make a secret of the fact that he joined the Air Force because he was going to be drafted by the Army, which we're talking about Vietnam, right? So to me, that was just a smart thing to do. In retrospect, I wish I had served because I think it would have been good for me. And my wife is definitely my hero. And think about this, when she joined in 89, 88? I forget exactly when she signed up now. She was the youngest female Marine on base when she was in boot camp. And there were not a lot of those anyway in the late 80s. So she's extraordinary in that regard. All right. Nav mode would probably be a good idea. Wasn't even 10, you feel? Yeah, well, you know, we're old. What am I looking at now? Did they fix the, No. Okay. They need to sort this. Turning off the speed limiter and making this smaller, although maybe it's on purpose. That's really weird to me. All right. Okay. To Seraphim.
Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it's an on-the-fly saturation, which, okay, I guess that's good. There might be a reason you want to do that. I think that there should probably be some kind of indicator on the screen so that you can tell at a glance why it's behaving that way. Because until you're reading the numbers or not reading the numbers, it's not necessarily clear why it's behaving that way. It's a little weird. I shouldn't have hopped out of that boat quite so early, but whatever.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Where are we at? In the top? Yep. Which seems odd to me given the size of the ship. Okay. Whatever floats your boat, CIG.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Engines off.
Yeehaw. We spent no quantum fuel, which granted, all we did was essentially quantum boost, right? From Orson to Seraphim. But that seems weird to me. It seems like there should have been some degree of consumption there just from firing the drive up, even if it was just, you know, a small measurement. So that's weird to me. And only 61 credits of fuel, which is reasonable because we didn't go very far. Of course, it's not going to work anyway. When I respawn the ship, it'll probably be fine. That's irksome to me, too. It's like, come on. You know, we don't have the good racks. In this ship either. Newer ships have got the racks where you've also got a sidearm rack. I feel like there's a lot of this stuff that they have done because like the Zeus has got the racks where it's got a sidearm above and below. They need to knock out some of these little issues. You know what? We'll leave all that in there for now. Even though part of me is like, you really need to take that extra gear and store it at the station. All right. So we're in CB clothes. We got no space helmet on. We're going to go and set our hospital and see if we suffocate along the way. Hopefully we won't. Hello? I'm pushing the button and it's like, it doesn't say elevator called yet. But it did anyway, okay. No atmospheric voids yet. You know what? If I'm gonna, I shouldn't set here anyway. Because I want to go someplace where we can do distribution centers. And they don't have any in Crusader. So let's go ahead and bop over to... You want to go to Everest or Tressler? You want to go Microtech or Hurston? Anybody have an opinion? Although I forgot to buy. I meant to buy some tea and some meal bars at Orison. So I had supplies in the ship. Nobody cares where I'm going, so I think we'll go Hurston. Want to go to Microtech? All right, that's cool. We'll go to Microtech. I'm good either way. I'm still confused why there's an empty... I didn't mean to do that. I was just looking. I'm confused why there's an empty slot. All right. Let's go to Tressler.
Engines on. Launch complete. Landing gear up.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Star Citizen really is very cool, man. It just is. Will only get cooler as time goes by. Just hopefully not too much time, man. You realize I'm going to be 57 years old when Squadron 42 launches. It's like, dude. Man.
Quantum travel engaged.
As long as it works. Well, that has been the thing, right? Emily, is that what I'm looking at? If that's not right, please correct me. Garrett, it's interesting to me that we're now Camille. Cammy. Okay. All right. I was looking at the first couple of characters there, but that's cool. How you doing, Cammy? That's been the thing, is they definitely, with CitizenCon this year, but they ramped up the scope again in such a huge way. I don't even know what to think about the player space stations. That stuff on that last day was, I mean, base building looked pretty cool, but at least they've been talking about base building for years. The space stations is just like, my mind would be blown, except I don't have a level of belief that those are ever going to happen. That's kind of my problem. I mean, it looks amazing. The idea is amazing. And then at the end where they panned out the camera and those things networked together with struts, I was like, that's freaking, I went from saying that this panel was about the next 5 years of Star Citizen to I was like, oh no, this is the next 10 years of development, because this is insane, dude. I can't even. Yeah, they do. I mean, they do. And that's kind of been the whole way, right? Like, the whole reason I backed was like, well, this is a very exciting sandbox environment. I want to go explore and see everything. And they definitely sold me the dream. For me, it was the Constellation Aquila, I think, is the Explorer. That was the one that sold me and made me back. Of course, I only backed with like a Mustang, so. But they've delivered on a lot of dreams. So it's just, 12 years into the project. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. I want to see some of these dreams realized. That said, the outline that they presented us in CitizenCon this year is a much more detailed, specific outline than we've seen in the past. It's much more, yes, this is an MMORPG than we've seen, other than just kind of vagaries and small specific systems that we don't really know how they fit into the larger scheme of things. So I do feel like the vision has been refined and it's matured in a lot of ways. And as long as it isn't so big that they can't ever do it, it'll be okay. It's just, I did not expect to see what I saw with the space stations. I thought the base building stuff was enough, right? It was still credible. I could still buy into that and go, okay, we're going to get it soon, TM, right? So it's coming. The space station thing, though, was like one step beyond. I was just, you gotta be kidding me. I mean, we're essentially talking about large versions of the Endeavor, right? It's the same kind of promise that they showed with the Endeavor, which is where? I believe they can do it as well, right? I mean, that's part of what's so difficult, right? Is if there's any team at all that can do it, it's this one. They've shown that they're willing to develop the tech and stuff is moving in the right direction. And there's every reason to believe that if they continue moving along this path, that we'll get the game they're promising us, as long as we live long enough. And in some ways, what might be even more important in the short term, right? Even though I think he's younger than me, is as long as CR lives long enough, we need that creative vision to be here long enough for it to be brought into fruition. And we're all getting older now, and some of y'all are much younger than me, but yeah, and I mean, that's true. Although, even with server meshing, the thing is that, can you imagine one of these networked space stations floating above a planet? How many players are in that base? How many players are in ships flying around that base? How many players are in a fleet from all of the troublemakers in the verse fixing to attack that base? How does server meshing parse that out in such a way that it can still be the game that it's supposed to be? Because I think they just, I mean, capital ships was one thing. Massive space stations, it's kind of another. Hey, no problem, Cadmium. But it's still exciting times to see where we're going with all of it. So, I mean, that's cool. I was not expecting. Was not expecting to see stuff on space stations. It really tripped me out.
Travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Where am I at?
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
The wife has an appointment on Wednesday, but we're gonna have to reschedule that. She's like, "There's no way I'm gonna be able to make that," which is totally understandable. Take care of that here soon. That's Toby, by the way, glancing from one target to another. I do love my Toby. This will go underneath. Exactly. I mean, I agree. The progression is definitely something we need to see.
Thank you, and please visit again.
I do believe we'll get there, but
Landing gear down.
I can't wait until we finally get a freaking landing HUD, which I don't believe I saw anything about at CitizenCon, which is actually immensely disappointing to me. Did anybody see anything about a landing HUD? Because I didn't watch every minute of the presentations. I just turn them on or off. Okay, they're off. No landing HUD. Okay. I'm very disappointed. I mean, you know, we have the technology for it now, right? Can you just go to me? Go to me. Right? Oh, you're killing me. Killing me. I know if I just got out of the ship. So, I mean, you know, if it just had showed something like this on the helmet HUD, on the radar or whatever, except it showed the ship instead of the interior, right? Add the hangar walls in. Well, Elite has a very simple landing system, right? They essentially, all of them are the same. You've got a big station, you land on a pad. And if it's a small station, it doesn't go anywhere. If it's on a big station, it goes down. So it is simpler. But yeah, something like that. Because I don't really want an auto land. I want to land myself. But just something, anything. I mean, to be honest, even if what we had was, because we already have a rear camera view, right? Although the zoom level on the rear camera is nonsensical. It's nonsensical. It needs to be from right at the back of the ship, and it needs to be fisheyed so that you have more view, like a real reverse camera, right? But if we had a bottom camera that just had an X where the bottom of the ship is, so that it was designed to land on the center of the frickin' pad, it would at least give us an idea where we're landing. Because that's the thing that gets to be so hard to see, is even in third-person view, right? It's like, how close to the hangar am I really? Because, I mean, until you're super familiar with the hangars and the sizes of the ships and everything, you know, you wind up having to do all of this nonsense. Or what a lot of people do is they just nose into the hangar and then land, and it looks ridiculous. It doesn't feel cinematic at all. Ray trace lighting on the planets. Well, I mean, the global illumination's coming. We know that. Yeah. Well, I do think that those kinds of repercussions are coming. Yeah, X marks the spot, whatever. I mean, it would just make it easy to see. Am I in the center of the pad? And I mean, then I could just, you know, I mean, imagine I fly up over the hangar or even the ground and hit that camera view, the landing camera view. And I know, okay, well, I'm centered roughly where I want to be. It would be nice if it even projected the outline to the ship or even just the landing gear in that view on the ground, so that I could bring the ship down and I'd know where I'm going. Because, I mean, it's, you know, it's a lot bigger than putting a car in a parking spot. And shapes are different shapes. Cars are roughly rectangular. Some of them are a little more rounded, right? It's not like, but I mean, you know, we could put it right there. It could be in the radar screen. When you bring the gear down, it could switch. Or something, anything. Just give us a landing HUD, please. I hate, can't say the word hate enough. Feeling like I have to cam out to get a good landing position. And I mean, sometimes I don't, but yeah. I mean, sometimes I have views built in. And I used to have a hat switch for it, right? I mean, I have one. This is my external view hat. That's the rear view hat. But, you know, where I could hit a modifier button and use that same hat switch to do, you know, this whole thing where you can, and for anybody that doesn't know, if you hold F4 and then you hold a button, like I'm going to hold numpad 4, right? I have now programmed a view for numpad 4. Right? If I set my rear view, let's see, hold F4 and hit number 2 on the numpad. Right? I've set a view for number 2. And now I'm going to set this one for numpad 6. And then numpad 8. And then I'm going to set one up the top here. Well, we're in a hangar, so it's going to screw it up. I'll set that one to 5. And then if I just tap, oh shit. And I'm telling you all that, and is it going to do it or not? Yeah, there we go. You hold F4 and you just tap the key, and it'll switch to those programmed views, which is great. But I just don't want to have to do that to land. And I know there's people that are going to say, "Well, I don't have to do that. I just nose down the ship." And that's fine. What works for you? But I just want a camera. Not a camera, a landing HUD, so that I can see what I'm near. And it's even worse if you're trying to land at a bunker or whatever, and the ground is not regular, and there's debris and boxes and you know, indestructible light poles and all of that. It's like, oh man. And then of course, if you change ships, all those programmed views are gone because it's per ship. Anyway, I'm in full on grumble mode now. Obviously, that's no fun. So we'll get over that. Let me set to the hospital. But a proper landing HUD, and the funny thing is that way back in, like, I don't know, 2 dot something or another, there was a tutorial where another pilot talked you through taking off from in the hangar, and there was actually a very simple landing HUD in that tutorial, right? It showed the pad and it showed where the center of the doors were above you. And even that would be better than nothing. But again, you know, like I said, we have the technology now with this map. All we really need is to use this tech, which clearly already renders everything, and just lets us land, you know, res the ship, res the terrain. Because I mean, it's showing all kinds of details here, right? It's showing the elevator doors and all of this stuff. If it had the ground terrain on there too, it would be ideal. And you just put a line under the ship or whatever so that we can see, because we just want to line up the X with that circle on the pad. Right? We have the technology, just like, you know, Steve Austin, man. $6 million man. We have the technology. And you guys are probably thinking about a wrestler, but... Arg. I still wish there was some kind of an indicator to let me know the elevator's coming. I mean, I think like the, you know, like real elevators, they give you an idea how close the elevator is as it's coming down. They don't all do it, but some of them do, with the dial or the numbers counting down to show you where the elevator is. Some kind of progress bar on the button that shows that it's on the way there would be nice, so that that I know that I've actually gotten a proper button click done, and B, I have something to watch while I'm waiting. Because, you know, if there's nothing to watch when you wait, the wait seems interminable.
Forget that stress. Just relax. Everyone here at ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᛈᛏ.
Okay, I didn't get any med pens. So let's grab some med pens while we're here.
Looking to improve your health? At ᚳᚩRx, medicine isn't it's about being
Stockpile with those.
about optional medical.
And give me some
Good purchase.
Paramed refills
Ready to get your care quicker?
with med guns.
Self-check-in terminals. Start treatment now.
And then we're going to need some ammo for the weapons.
Sweet, cool treat ever.
Hello.
I wonder if they fixed the oh, that was quick. Let me move. I wonder if they fixed the boarding action mission yet. I don't see it available. I'll have to keep my eyes open for it, because it wasn't putting a beacon on the mission in PTU. Over here, right? Which meant, you know, you really couldn't do the mission because there was no way for you to know where the 890 was.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Okay. No, that's why I clicked past the one. Can you just work, please? All right, so P4, P8, SMGs, because I don't have an AR. AO3.
Hi. Good to have you back.
Gmod, grenades. We don't need 100 of those. No, not 300, just 30, dude. Wow, those are still super expensive. 2K per magazine. That's good. I mean, it should be expensive.
Definitely worth taking a look.
All right. FS9.
Hey, back again, I see. Welcome. Nice choice.
S38.
Got some new inventory in. Definitely worth taking a look.
You know, can we... We can't. Okay, I wondered. It looks like we can't even buy straight to the ship anymore. Maybe if it was stored. That's probably the case. If I stored the ship, maybe it would be in the list. All right, sniper rifle, LMG, SMG, assault rifle, arc light. Light batteries. Do they have grenades? Learn to type, dude. All right, what about sustenance? I have to probably get that someplace else.
Feel free to take a look around. We've got a pretty good selection.
Is there also a weapon shop here? I think there is. The Saba might work. Got some Lux for me. No. Derp. Doesn't sound like it should be awful. I will tell you that it's a pig, and you're going to get worse performance when you're at the starting cities, for sure, than you will once you're out and about with the space stations. The other thing about it is there is a balance between a GPU and CPU usage. So if you crank down all of your graphics settings to low, you're going to essentially shift as much load as possible to your CPU. And if you check your process monitor and you see that you're heavy on CPU usage and low on GPU usage, you might try bumping your graphics settings up, as counterintuitive as that might be, to distribute the load a little more. 24 FPS at the starting cities is definitely believable. At times, mine is definitely mine is that low, and you know that's with a 3080 and a 12.9 CPU. So, try, yeah. I mean, I would finagle it a little bit. You might even try bumping it to high, but yeah, in the cities, the FPS is pretty terrible. It's really not optimized. They have done some optimization, but it's not really optimized yet. Once you get out into space, it'll be better. The other thing to mention is right now in the current build in live, a lot of people are saying performance is worse. Yeah, that too. You can always, especially at the cities, you might try turning off the clouds altogether, which is horrible if you're in Orison. It'll all be, well, because part of the thing is that it does cull some stuff for rendering, but that is definitely not an optimized process. So in the cities, there's probably a lot more being rendered than you actually see. And all the planets now have got the volumetric clouds, which is kind of piggy on the resources, but it's way better once you're out. Yeah, you'll probably see a lot better performance, especially once you're in space or on the moons and doing stuff. The cities are definitely the worst. Yeah, the CitizenCon video, I'm not gonna lie, we were just saying earlier, this stuff on the space stations is at the point where I can't believe that that'll happen within 10 years. Right? I was fine up to that point, and they threw that on there, and I was like, yeah, I just don't know that I believe that, guys. This might be one bite I can't take. I think they'll get there eventually, but the performance stuff will get better, and it will probably get better soon because they know it's an issue. They are hot patching performance fixes in actively, like within the last couple of days. I think there was one last night. So the scrap might be, it's not a scam. I'm going to clarify in that a scam would be somebody telling you that they're going to do something and they have no intention of doing it. I believe that everything that you see announced by CIG, they have every intention, every good intention of delivering it. And they have proven that over time, they will get stuff delivered to us, right? This is it is much more of a game now than it was even 5 years ago. I mean, the differences are actually huge. I mean, gigantic. You can't even compare the game 5 years ago to today. In truth, with the way the inventory changed, there's a lot of stuff that's changed. And we won't get into all of it because it's just yak. They do want to add VR support. They've talked about it from the get-go, but it's something that will come late because, of course, they want to make sure that all of the rendering is behaving, and then they'll have to see what's going on with VR technology. I know that there is a subculture in the game where people do shoehorn VR into their play. And some people say that they've had good results, but might be a scam. It's a joke. Yeah, well, I mean, I figured, but yeah, as I always say, the closest that I'm going to come into talking about that in depth is I got my gold armor like, I don't know, 3 years ago now. So I've been a backer since 14 myself. In fairness, though, probably half of what they've gotten from me has just been a subscription fees because I've been a sub since ages. So there's not a weapon shop here? Crap. I thought there was. I definitely don't see one. I need some kind of nutrition. Show me something at the shops here, man. You playing VR? It works pretty good. I mean, I would let, that's what I've always said, especially once we have real exploration, right? Especially once we have real exploration, the idea of, VR in this game is even more exciting because it's like, wow, I just want to get lost in that. That's going to be very cool. Thought that was a terminal. And they don't have any Lux. All right, whatever. We'll just, let's just do this.
Hey.
At this point, I just need some food and drink. Nice. But the stuff that they're showing last year and this year, I don't know when they're going to deliver on it. At this point, when is definitely the question. We're definitely talking about several years of development, I feel like. But we're definitely finally getting to a point where we're seeing an MMORPG come into focus. And that's very exciting to me. Who wants some noodles? I'm very disappointed we don't have any Big Benny's noodles to buy in the game yet, CIG.
Never mind.
I just want to be able to hit up the vending machine and go buy a paper carton of Big Benny's noodles, man.
And before you ask, no. There's nothing else in the back room.
I'm really surprised we don't have working vending machines yet. Because, I mean, you know, you're talking about a pretty minor tech load on just getting it done. Noodles, exactly.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
Everybody's got noodles. I really wanted some Lux from my dang backpack, though. I'll have to pick it up someplace else, I guess. I'm actually, because I mean, you can get it for sure at, I'm assuming they don't have that here. You can get it on Seraphim. See any sustenance there at all. You know what? Let me go to the cargo center. Love the noodles. She's a big noodle fan. You are, or rather, you're a big noodle fan. I love me some noodles too. All kinds of noodles too. It's just, you know, why can't we just buy a Pips? Why can't we just buy some noodles? I mean, I feel like we're gonna get it, but I don't know why we haven't yet. You guys don't have any sustenance here, do you? Yes, there we go. All right. Well, we're here. It will be broken. Well, you're probably right. Everything's always broken at first. Oh my God. That's crazy. There's a consumption bar on the bottom right-hand corner. That's new. New to me, anyway. Here you go, dude. You can have that empty bottle. I don't need it. Watch on the bottom right. I mean, we did actually used to have a little bar that was someplace in the middle of the screen, but it was gone for a while. Now it's back. I'm glad. It's too bad trash cans don't work. I would totally clean up after myself, but hell, they don't even have a trash can. Where's the trash can, guys? They gave us a visual QOL feature that works. They did. I'm going the wrong way. Why do I always do that? I know where I need to be. Whee! Really? How come I can't vault that? That's really ears. Uh-oh. I get myself stuck behind the cart. I know, man. We should just, I mean, all it's got to be is an empty container. You drop something in it, and moments afterwards, even if it's like every minute, whatever's in the container, it sweeps it. It would, because, I mean, nobody needs all those empty bottles laying around. I mean, maybe they're still gathering metrics on that kind of thing. I don't know. But it would be nice. I was just thinking maybe I should have grabbed another box, but that's fine. We'll do without. All right, so we're going to move the crate into the elevator and put it in the hangar, take out the extra gear, grab the sustenance, and gear up. People would do the janitor loop. I mean, that's one of the things that is great about a sandbox game, right? You could have it automatically generate missions. It's like it knows that there are 100 bottles scattered around the space station. So it generates a mission to clean up 20 bottles. Somebody would pick that mission up and go pick up the bottles and get paid and hang out in the space station and do the janitor thing, because people will do it. Provided there's a reason to come and go through a point where you're most likely to need a janitor anyway, right? Is where all the players are coming through doing their thing. Then they can just be there. I could just see, Holy Man, Lord Holy Man, standing around in the space station, sweeping up bottles, chatting up all of the players at the ASOP terminals or whatever. Francis the janitor. All right, let's see. Let us put that down. Oh, no. I didn't pull the box out. Knucklehead. I knew what I was doing, and then I went to do it and didn't know what I was doing anymore. All right, while we're here, let's claim the Firebird.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
And the Harbinger.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Please visit us again.
Yeah, or the medical gowns would be even better. To be honest, I think that there should probably be a fee for regeneration, right? That when you die, there should be a fee that you have to pay to have your clone come back at full health, right? You could even have, because the people that are broke, the broke people, they could respawn at 25% health or whatever, and then they have to cope with that. There should be a fee for that. And then if you deposit the medical gown back into the bed, you can get a small stipend back. Maybe it's 5 AUEC or whatever, right? And then you have to pay for the flight suit to put the flight suit on. Of course, then people would just stay in the medical gown. I would give anything to stop people from running around all the space stations with the freaking medical gown on, because it just looks ridiculous. I'm talking about eventually. As a qualifier, I am always talking about eventually when things are more stable. Although the game is way more stable now than it used to be. But yes, I will accept that caveat completely. We're always talking about, like, if you die 10 times in a minute, maybe the game could recognize that something is whacking you off and needs to be sorted. But something needs to be done, because I can't get behind. And then CIG made light of it, of course, with the whole that friend thing. Come on, cooperate. Oh, good Lord. Open the door. Oh, good grief. Why are you being difficult? Son of a bitch, man. This is peeving me. Oh, good Lord, dude. This is why I hate automatic doors. Automatic doors are a big fat no. Get rid of the automatic doors. Get rid of the automatic ladders. Please. Why am I crouching? What is... It's weird. Oh my God, what just happened? My frame rate went to absolute nothing. They actually, yeah, they were working briefly on the Crusader ships, and then they disappeared. But I mean, they really honestly, they just need to turn off automatic doors. Automatic doors are terrible. Eventually, when the server performance is better, I'm sure the automatic doors will be fine. But right now, they're junk. And automatic ladders are even worse. I mean, you know, if this pillar was a ladder, right? If I wanted to go by and try and walk to this terminal, there's a 60% chance the ladder would just yeet me and I'd be climbing the ladder, even though all I want to do is walk by it. They're fucking terrible. My current FPS. Looks like it's almost 30 right now. So it's not great, but it's not awful. It's definitely playable. It's actually usually worse inside for me. Once I'm out in space, it'll be better. All right, well, you know what? We're just going to do this. Just store that. We're going to use a regular inventory terminal because I really don't like that cargo terminal at all, or anything except the major stuff. Will it stack this shit? It will, right? Of course, now I don't need the noodles because I have deluxe, but that's fine. All right. You won't do that, huh? It's kind of annoying. All right, I have a tractor beam on my belt. Although, you know what? Let's do this. That one's got the beam on it. There we go. So now that one's got a beam installed. You know what? I guess let's go ahead and I'm gonna put all that in the station, right? That's fine. Oh, that's right. It won't let me do that. That's irksome to me too. They should just swap off the clothing for the undersuit. I absolutely look forward to that change, so that the armor and the clothing are the same wearable system. Okay, it's a shotgun. It's a grenade launcher. I don't need to do anything with that. There's another shotgun. Put an optic on it. Come on, do the thing. Suppressor on that one. Oh, I didn't actually mean to use that X2 though. Oh, good grief. Go. Wait a minute. What did I do? Oh, right. It's the P8. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff that they showed in Citizen Con. If they can pull off, you know, even half of it, definitely it will never be finished, right? They will always be adding to it. And even though they have kind of explained away the initial release promise of 100 star systems, which I'm totally okay with, they will continue to add star systems. You know, it will just be, you know, update after update after update for the lifetime of the game, which if they can continue to deliver on what they're delivering now and keep the pace moving quickly enough that people are satisfied, right? Then it's never going away. It's just getting to be more complete and more better. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel for 1.0. Because, you know, in fairness, they didn't promise any of that star-based stuff for 1.0. So, you can see us getting there. I didn't grab any. Oh, I did grab. All right. Suppressor. And 2x. You know what? I'm going to stick with comps for the E-Force. Make both of those the same. Where's that other? Stop that. Where's the other piece? P8. Shit. Did I only grab one? No way. There it is. Explain new feature incoming 1.0, 4.0. Okay. And maybe you already got the gist of that, but I mean, you know, we've got 4.0 as the alpha. 1.0 is the release candidate. Although I'm not sure that we can really call it an alpha anymore. I mean, it's like we're going to jump over beta altogether. So we're going to get 4.0 and then we're going to get 1.0. The whole thing is, which I didn't really think they needed to explain it all. And then I get ready to have this conversation. And I'm like, all right, well, now I know why they did. Comp 2, put you on there. Where's the other? Do both of these. 2. Still have, yeah. So that's both the FS9s. Aid launcher. Suppressor 2. Right. Shit. Did I only grab? No, there it is. Stabilizer, optic. Stabilizer, optic. All right, and all I wound up with was a couple of extra suppressor ones, which is fine. Because I may decide I want a stealth pistol. All right, what else is in there? Tractor beam, med gun. Let's grab, we need one of these back. That. We need some, you know what? We can always get more med pens while we're at the station, so we'll just grab all of those. And ammunition. I'm going to put all that in the crate. All right. And then we're going to take a shotgun and a P4 and a P8 and an AO3 and an S38. That's 4. That's actually too many weapons, but I guess we'll just leave them in the crate. One of those. Shanks. All right. Put our crate back, put it back in our ship, and then finally do some missions. All right, Amy. Where you at? Crate. There it is. I figure, you know, we spend an hour doing logistics and then I'll die immediately, but at least I'll have an extra set of gear to do it with. Is there room over there? There might be room next to it. Sort of, kind of, not really. Oh. Stop that. I'm not gonna fight with the door this time, though. This freaking game, man. All right. I think it's unfortunate that there's no grid at all here. Even if it's not a protected cargo grid, it would be nice to have a snap to grid so stuff would stay put. I guess I could maybe back up the rover and put it over there, but I'm just gonna let it go. All right, now I want to move the weapons to the rack. You know what? I guess I can actually use and put all of them in the rack because there's 2 racks. This is the P8. This is the P4. We'll put the AO3 on that rack, and then we'll put the tractor beam and the grenade launcher in the... Well, shit, we got the shotgun. So we'll put the sniper with the rack on the utility rack. So give me the shotgun, and then the sniper. FS9. I was like, I know there's another weapon that I'm trying to figure out. I didn't grab the FS9? I didn't grab an FS9. Get it out of the inventory system. Done derped it. I don't know why some of these are highlighted. Stop that. Why does it do that? That's really irksome, man. Come on. Oh, we didn't grab the grenades either. Fortunately, we have a backpack that's larger than God's shoebox, so... Give me that grenade launcher. I definitely want all these doors to stay open. You know, there needs to be an open all doors button, and there needs to be a lock on them so that I can tell them to stay open. I think that they should only close, you know, under depressurization or whatever, unless you choose otherwise. And I guess that's the thing, right? Is we need control all of that stuff. I can't tell you how many times that I have died for one reason or another because I was fighting with an automatic door, though. All right. There's the tractor beam. It'll be fixed eventually. Well, I'm sure it will. I mean, I do. I'm confident that it will be resolved satisfactorily in the long run. It's just sometimes it's so annoying to run up against the stuff day in and day out. We got extra med pens. We got extra med juice. We got extra grenades. Let's see. We only need about 4 of those. What's that? That's my knife. And we're going to need ammo depending on what weapons we decide to carry, which is going to depend on missions we do. Alright, and there's our next lift tractor beam. Does this helmet do the thing? It does. Alright. Some of them you can left Alt H and it hides the helmet and God knows where it goes. It's supposed to hang on our hip, but we don't have that yet. You can also right Alt H most of them, if not all of them, and you'll hold them in your hand, although you just hold the box, that is irritating. I don't know why we're not actually showing the helmet, but of course, in this particular case, this one always shows as a box in inventory anyway. It doesn't actually show the model unless it's on your head. All right. I'm looking forward to suit lockers actually being a thing, you know, so that because they talked about that in CitizenCon, where you'll have advantages for having proper attire for piloting and all of that stuff. I look forward to that. I don't like this whole, let me just, you know, I've got a bunker's worth of gear and stuff, and I just hop in the pilot seat and fly around, and there's no repercussions. It's not credible. What do we have here to do? That one on the ground. It's a wreck site, though. Do we have one that's Ghost Hollow? I'd like something that's on a distribution center if I can find one. It's a bunker. I'm probably going to need to bump rep to be able to do that. I don't have any merc missions for Microtech Security. There we go. Let's see. We'll accept the boarding action and see if there's a marker. Looks like there's a marker. Nice, they must have fixed it. Do I really want to try and do a combat mission in the Star Runner? I guess we're gonna have to fight off at least 2 ships, probably. Calculating. You can't see it because my head's in the way. I should just be able to get there. Oh, because I'm in the hangar. It's probably freaking out.
Engines on. Launch complete. Landing gear up.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
We'll see if it actually spawns. There's the 890.
Contact.
Oh, there's the bad guys. Buccaneer.
Missile locked. Attack on shields.
Oh, good grief. You are reckless, dude. Very reckless. Oh,
Attack on shields.
explains the wiggle. Where's my, no. Where's my frickin' crosshair? Oh, because I don't have my helmet on, maybe, right? Did I put it on? I think I put it on. Oh, come on. Notice that I really haven't scratched my shields. Of course, there were some ballistics in there. Thanks. That's interesting. It's definitely not just standing still. You know, I don't think I killed the Bucky. I thought I had killed it. Pretty sure it's still shooting too. Yeah, he's still moving around, struggling.
Target destroyed.
Yeah, Mr. Arrow. Nope. It's not the arrow.
Attack on shields.
I'm actually very confused about where my damn crosshair is. Ah! Cannot even get your guns to shoot. Servers were awful this morning when I first logged in, Freaky. I actually I got server error within the first 5 minutes, and the server that I recovered on was just absolute trash. And this server has been okay since I relogged, but I did actually have to relog. You know, I'm not gonna lie, this is absolutely the wrong ship for this. That is an arrow. Come on. Fortunately, I've got a size 3 shield now. Just kind of shrugging off the arrow weapons fire. Oh, good grief.
Attack on shields. Attack on shields.
I don't know where my crosshair is, though. Where the hell did my crosshair go? Thank you for the follow, Blue Moon. Such a fat boat compared to the arrow, that's for sure.
Attack on shields.
Oh, good lord. Finally. Good grief, man. In fairness, that might be the most accurate fight that I've seen with this ship against an NPC Arrow. As far as the way that it should have happened. He was an irritating little bastard. Alright. Where the shit is my mission objective? Because I have flown so far from anything.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Why do I... Oh, because I didn't power all the way up and back on. Like, my ship lights don't work. But there seems to be a bug still where you have to power a ship off completely. Of course, we can X-ray the ship because, you know, Star Citizen is still Star Citizen. Nope. All right, I think we're going to take the shotgun and the FS9. Go deal with the pirates. Shit. We're not going to take the shotgun because the one thing that I didn't do is then buy any ammo for the shotgun. Go ahead. And well, we'll just take the P4. What the what? What the hell? You're right, ammo's not showing. It is on, clearly. I'll get ready to reload and won't be able to do it. What in the hell, man? What is going on here? What is in the middle of the freaking ship? I don't even know what to do with you, Star Citizen. I can't vault whatever that is, but it totally looks like it would be totally in the way anyway. Looks like there's gravity on that ledge if you're close enough. Yeah, whatever it is totally in the way. I can't. Oh, yeah, the bottom elevator, you mean? Yeah, I'm going to go that way in a sec. I wanted to see if there's anything I could see. Yeah, see, look, there's... Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? No, that looks... Where's the lift? Is that what it is? Is it the lift shoved out of the way? It looks like it'd be about the right height. You know, I grabbed the wrong weapon too. I actually meant to grab the P4. That's why it doesn't show any ammo. I just realized I didn't have the right optic. I grabbed the P8. I also don't see any NPCs at all. But I think, yeah, look at it. That's the lift. Right, exactly. I don't see any NPCs either. The lift is totally out of place and is blocking the geometry. Well, that figures. Such is life. Yeah, totally grabbed the wrong weapon. That's the one I wanted. Yep, and there's all the ammunition. All right, whatever. You know, I think it did, but I don't know. It was named after a rune of travel. Is there a name tag on the MSR? I mean, of course, I'm in the dark, so I can't see shit anyway. Can't tell if Tressler's still in the dark. We'll see.
Engage. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engage. Quantum travel.
How am I not? Where the shit's the sun? There it is. All right. Where's the name on the MSR? Does it not have a badge? I actually thought it did. I don't see it. Where, though? I just don't see anything except where it says Crusader there. I don't see nothing. Part of the problem is it the fucking lighting. Oh, the auras. There it is. Okay. It's very not easy to see. To be honest, I couldn't remember which freaking rune it was. Auras. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, come on. It is tiny, though. And with this particular paint scheme, it's also almost invisible. Yeah, too bad the whole idea. I think that it's going to be important in the long run. You know, we need to have identity for our ships. And the first thing that we should get when our ship gets scanned is the registered name of the ship. Right? Until you scan it, it shouldn't even say that. Right? There should be levels of intelligence that you get based on the scan. The first thing that we should get is just the signal strength. And then we should get a profile based on the cross section that could maybe tell us what kind of ship it is. And then, you know, if you scan long enough, you get a ship ID, and then you get a name, and then maybe you get an idea of who's on the ship. But so we'll get it eventually, I think. But I can't believe that the freaking 890 jump is broken that way. It's not one thing, it's another. Defend occupants. All right, we'll just go do a freaking bunker for now. No, not share. Track. Oh. You know, let me go ahead and jump, and then I'll check again. I don't know. I still don't understand why I didn't have a crosshair in that fight.
Quantum travel complete.
I leave quantum. Okay, I have one now. Yeah, I don't know why my crosshair went away before. That was weird. Now it's doing that thing that it used to do where it flickers back and forth between the marker, the mission location marker, and the actual location marker. It only did it once. All of the stuff that we used to have a problem with the star map, it's all still in there. All of the problems are still in there. Yes, I mean, it's been pretty stable for me. Now, like I said, 5 minutes after I launched the game the first time earlier, I got a server error, and the server that we recovered on was trashed. I mean, frame drops, it was spiking well down below 10 FPS. I logged out, I got copy, I logged back in, and this server's been pretty good, other than, you know, the usual Star Citizen stuff like that hangar elevator lift being elsewhere from where it should have been. But yeah, it's been pretty good otherwise. I feel like in PTU I got better overall performance with the last build that I played PTU on, but there's always less people playing in PTU than there is in live, so it could have just been that. I'm sure they'll continue to hotfix it and it'll be fine. I should have powered all the way off and powered back on so I could get my damn ship lights back. I'll do that when I land, I guess. Even with my freaking night vision setting, it's just too dark to see anything. Until the free, yeah, and then it'll go to shit again.
Landing gear down.
And there's radar contacts for the friendlies. Which definitely is not supposed to be a thing. I can't tell for sure what they are because it's so damn dark. I don't know if those are security or... I didn't see any purple, so I think that's security. All right, let's shut the ship all the way down.
Systems off.
And then can I have my lights? Yes, now I can have my lights.
Systems on. Engines on. Engines.
All right. Night vision shit too. Oh. I hope when they add the other entrance exit to this ship, it's convenient without having to go all the way through the freaking cargo hold. That looked like security, I think. I saw white legs. Oh. Oh, security got him. 11 of 15. Just want to make sure there aren't any right here. Where'd the security guy go? How come I don't have a, how come I don't have the green chevrons for these guys? That's not good. I mean, you know, it would be nice if the friendly markers were on the friendlies before I accidentally shoot them. No, I actually watched somebody stream earlier and they had the friendly markers on theirs. I don't think they removed it. They just don't always work. I mean, unless you guys have read something otherwise. Just for me, well, that sounds par for the course. They're trying to get me a criminal record again. Now, the thing is I haven't seen any missions where there were NPCs both inside and outside. So I'm wondering if any of them are going to have spawned inside. So that's very true. Maybe it's how they fight repetition. Different crazy bugs with different play sessions. Hey, how you doing, Professor Aristan? Yeah. It looked to me like everybody had a really good time. What I could watch, it looked like it was a good time to be had. I don't hear anything. Oh. Boy, and they're on point too. Oh shit. I interrupted the reload. Jeez. Shit. Look at him moving around, man. Whatever's going on here is definitely working. Look at him, man. They are definitely pushing me, and this guy is like, it's like he knows when he's got cover and when he doesn't. I swear, look, it's like he knows he has cover right now. I don't know, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That arrow that I had to deal with earlier. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, that definitely worked. The AI worked. I wish I had been able to see the engagement with the NPCs out top with security, but that was cool to see. And the arrow, because I was flying the MSR, my MSR is up top with the nurse in it, right? And I just could not. I damaged that arrow, but I could never quite finish him off. So yeah, I mean, let's see, server FPS is almost 20. So, I mean, that's part of it. I don't know how many people are on this server, but shit's working. I did actually backstrafe and launched a couple of missiles, and I got him with missiles. But, and I mean, without doing a long-term backstrafe, he was able to get around me. The arrow made it definitely made it hard. Without the size 3 shield, I probably would have been in bad straits. But this was cool to see. It's like it was really nice to see all the NPCs actually spawned. Some of them were up top, some of them were in the bunker. Yeah. It is amazing when it works. I'm pretty impressed. Now that said, like I said, the first server I was on was absolutely trashed, but this was cool. All right, we're going to look for boxes because I don't care about the helmets, but since the event's running, I want to see if I'd like to see at least one helmet in a box so I know that CIG didn't totally destroy the event for people that do care. Eat your lunch, man. I don't see any boxes though. No boxes at all. Oh, there's one. Nope, no helmet. It's nice to see stuff persisting, though. Even though I think it would be beneficial for them to clean up some of this stuff when a mission's over. Or rather, when a new mission spawns, I feel like it should probably clean up some of this stuff. But that weapon and that magazine had to be from probably somebody else's bunker run. Although I don't see any other security bodies. All the security outside. Because, I mean, all we saw was a couple of Ninetales inside. Not explodable. Know that I'd noticed that prop before. I was just curious. Any of these guys have... They should have ammo and stuff, right? Yeah. It's like... I hope it's not much. There's only like 2 guys that had armor. Most of them were... civilian clothes. Of course, it was just a 10K mission, too. Hey, how you doing here, Carrie? Don't understand the item elevator, but I keep losing stuff. I do think there's some kind of weird desync thing going on with the freight elevator, because sometimes I'll put stuff down in the warehouse. And I don't think I've lost anything yet, but I have had minutes-long periods where I couldn't see it in the inventory interface at all until it eventually decided to appear again. There's one barrel. One can of BR ammo. I have to buy some more when I get back to Tressler. And I think the most amazing part of that whole thing is the NPCs were behaving. They were moving around and pushing at me. But I didn't take any mysterious immediate tier 3 arm injuries either. It's kind of interesting. Repooling, just covered in change. Geez, we don't have any of that going on right now, fortunately. It is still happening all the time now. It might be the most irritating audio bug we've ever had. It's just jangle, 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 jangle. You kind of would have thought that they would have at least created 2 repooling sounds, though, because obviously the repooling sound is totally wrong for anything with a battery.
Engines on. Landing gear up.
Well, that's true. And there goes Ginger howling because the world is ending. There we go. There's Star Citizen. There's like 60% of Star Citizen right there. Pitch black where we can't see anything. Cannot wait for global illumination. Yeah. But I mean, even if right now, even if it was just repooling, if it just played, you know, some kind of charge sound instead, that would be nice. Not to mention it would be appropriate, since I feel like you should know if you hear solid or ballistic ammunition being repooled, you should know something slightly different versus hearing energy ammunition being repooled. Although we definitely need that whole thing where some suits can recharge the batteries and all of that. It would be nice not to have to carry all the extra batteries for energy weapons then. Let's Ghost Hollow. I'm not going to do it. Bloodshot Ridge, I don't want to do that either. I really want to do Distribution Center. We'll do another Bunkhouse 10K bunker. Will it be at the same bunker? What do you think? It's not at the same bunker. That's good. Maybe it'll be in the daylight. Looks like it ought to be in the daylight.
Quantum travel engaged.
After this bunker, I got to refill my coffee cup, and I got to put the beans on for the chili. That'll only take me a minute. Will it be the same bunker logo layout? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, there's like 3 of them, right?
Quantum travel complete.
I mean, I think there's only one distribution center layout, so... Oh my goodness. I don't know why we needed to highlight that planetary tile, but okay.
dear Del. Landing complete.
Got him. That's trippy to me to see the NPCs behaving is actually, you know, it shouldn't be as exciting as it is, I guess, because we should just expect it at this point. But it's very cool to see them not just, you know, and I was at first I thought maybe that was a Ninetales guy standing next to security, but it wasn't. So that was nice to see too. Nope, I'm fixing to grab the wrong weapon again. Doesn't look like I'm gonna have friendly markers this time either. Definitely no friendly markers. Boo. For everything else to be working so well, it's actually disappointing. Yeah, no, I saved him. These guys duked it out. I'll have to remember to check that guy. He had some BR2 cans. There's the biggest threat at the bunker right there. The cart. Don't hear or see anybody out here. Guess they'll be inside. More dangerous than 10 Moab. Yep, size 10 Moab. That's it. This guy had FS9. I'm glad that that was enough shots to kill him, because I had zero awareness of what my ammo was like. I did not even look at the number. Yep, it is a different bunker layout. Oh, there's a tier 3 injury. Damn, it didn't kill him. Little physics conflict there. Although it's better than them doing this. So it could be worse, right? How you doing, Raven? All right. Because we were up top when we came into the bunker in the last bunker. So this one is at least a different layout. I'll take that card. No helmet though, still. I don't think I've ever seen any boxes in the back anyway, but usually there's one there maybe and one there. Hey, what's up, Scotty? My frame still didn't like me spinning around like that. You tried candy corn. I'm sorry, I saw that as cried candy corn after meeting Aristan. Yeah, I really wish I could have been there this year to see y'all. Looking forward to being able to do that someday and meet a bunch of people. I keep hitting the wrong button for repool. The candy corn was the saga. Was it a struggle to find some? Or did you bring some with you? I probably missed the lead up to that. It's a Christmas weapon. It says it might be the ugliest weapon in the game, by the way. You brought some for all the nationalities to try. That's cool. Oh. You know what? Need to stop it. Put that away. No, not the arms. Thank you. No. Keep forgetting that those are not universal. All right. He had FS9. Where's the guy that had the shotgun ammo? It's that guy back there. Interesting that the weapon is all the way back there, though. You're just not going to let me grab the other one, are you? You're not going to let me take the can off of it? Why not? That's kind of irritating. Whatever. Be that way, Star Citizen. Be that way. Cover over stuff in the backpack? That's a good point. Oh, yep, you called it. You called it. I should know better. Damn, that coffee cup, I keep reaching for it and it's empty. As soon as I clear this zone, I gotta get some coffee. You know what? I got 23 minutes. Let me close the door. Grab my coffee real quick. All right, I will be right back in just a second, y'all. Sleepy tablet is sleepy. Alright, I has returned. Shadow Wolf, thank you very much, man. Appreciate the resub. I'm flying your ship. Well, I'm not flying it right now. I know he's an MSR fan. Alright. Borrow this here convenient med bed. Sort out that tier 3 arm. See, they still haven't fixed the check boxes. That's kind of disappointing. Coffee. Not really sure what that was. All right, let's see. A couple of cans. VR. '07, sir. How you doing? All right, let's dust off this location before security finally gets upset with us.
Launch complete.
Ooh, you really don't want to ask me that question right now. I'm doing all right. My son is not, unfortunately. That's kind of on the forefront of my brain right now. And my son was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer the other day. So it's been an exciting time in all the wrong ways for us right now. He had a colostomy surgery on, I think it was Friday. He's in recovery now. Hoping to be well enough he can start chemo soon. So that was a loaded question. I know you didn't know that, but otherwise, you know, doing okay. Yeah. He is making me proud in brand new ways that I wish he never had to deal with. But I tell you what, he's in it for the fight. He's, moving forward. I mean, he's 32 years old, so to have to run into this kind of stuff. I mean, he should be in the prime of his life. And anyway, part of the whole point here is to set all that aside right now. But I will say that he's definitely making me proud. Not that that's a surprise to me, but yeah, as whoever said it the other day, somewheres, the hashtag fuck cancer, man, no doubt. Way too much of that shit going on in the world. Way too many people having to deal with it. Another bunker. No. That's at a wreck site. Oh, that's a ship, though. Wreck site. You know I had submissions to do distribution centers, but they might have been on Hurston. I appreciate it, man. I do. All right, well, see, where are we at on rep? Only a couple of those and we can get the next tier of... That's easy auto. Want that. Where's I care about Microtech. So I guess it'll take a few to get to junior contractor. All right, well that's fine. That's fine. We'll do it. Mercenary Bend. Really is a shame about that 890 though. That's irksome.
Quantum travel engaged.
What am I hearing ping in the background? It's got to be a Discord or something. I'll have to fix that. I know I used to have that off, or at least on a channel where you guys shouldn't be hearing it. Good old Dark Citizen.
Landing gear down.
There's see somebody there, but I can't tell. Yeah, it looks like Ninetales. I look forward to them reacting to the ships as they come down, and can't wait for global illumination to sort out some of that shit. And where are the ground vehicles? There should be ground vehicles. I see security's already hammering them. Somebody just got dead. I feel like he is aiming. Somebody's over here that shot this guy, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. Now he's trying to get a line. That's kind of funny. Interesting. Very interesting to see the NPCs up and moving. What the hell just happened? Hit the button. I'm not trying to open the box. Good grief. Nope, that's security. I almost opened fire because I assumed it was Ninetales again. Who is he pointing at? Point that thing at me, man. I'm on your side. Security. I think. Didn't see any purple. That's kind of weird to me. I don't know who he's fixated on. He's shooting at somebody. Oh. Saw purple. Guess I was wrong when I thought that guy was security. Either that or they killed the security guy, one or the other. Yes, I actually thought I turned it off earlier, but when I copied PTU into live, it must have turned it back on. Oh, that's exactly what I did. That explains why everything was so quiet. Because in PTU, I had adjusted it so I could actually have the music on for a while. I actually would just stick to the game music more often, except there are still long periods where I feel like it's dead air, and that really bothers me. We can't vault these, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice. Admittedly, as I've said before, though, I have the same freaking issue with New World. There's not nearly enough control over the music in New World either. Which I totally don't understand. I mean, just put put a music loop option in there so that when it's not trying to play something new, it just continues to play the music that was already going to be playing. That way I don't wind up with dead air. Make it an option. I can turn it on, turn it off. You know what? I actually missed that. I didn't see. I think that was in the beginning of day one, which I was not awake for. I was up early for day one, but not that early. So I'm going to have to watch the first part of it at some point. I was up plenty early for day two. But yeah, I didn't get up until like 8 o'clock or whatever on day one. That was right after I got the news about Greg. So it's probably a good thing I didn't go this year. It definitely would not have been the first thing on my mind being at CitizenCon this year. Did you see that? They were actually coming to the elevator. Been a while since I saw one do that. What the hell? Where'd he go? Oh, he ducked. Like, I know there was somebody there. Shit. Damn, they're pushing hard. That was cool. I'd like to believe that that guy that was probably just patrolling was coming towards the elevator because the elevator was tripped. That would be extra bonus cool. But I don't think that was the case. Couple of heavies. Was definitely not just dudes in leather jackets in this one. Sure. Put it in my pack. I think this is a cool weapon, even if I don't think it's very useful. It looks cool. I wish it was more impressive when used. I just don't feel like it's... Of course, I haven't used it recently. I know they did refactor some of the weapons. I feel like it should be as scary as the FS9, just in, you know, maybe a different way. And that has not been my experience with it. It's a lip that didn't close. Three bunkers, a couple of boxes, no helmets in sight. They love their Wild Blast pistols. Nine-tail kids are definitely in it for the fun. Can I not have? Yeah, I was like, surely he had P4 ammo. Server FPS is just over 20 now. It's almost 23. We don't have any numbers at all anymore, right? I don't see any. And that's not a lot of people that shows in the members list for global, though. So there may just not be very many people on the server. I don't know. I mean, you know, Star Citizen is definitely still Star Citizen. We've seen some janky, but these NPCs have been on the move today. They need to change this. This decon pen should not be the same color as the regular med pens. I'm not sure why they look identical. That's irksome. Irksome, irksome. More weird physics. Well, it looks like the security has magazines now, at least. Nothing else. But that's good, because that was a problem for a while. Was none of the security had mags. Of course, everybody used to have unlimited ammo, too, and that seems to be much better now. Yeah, even just a color stripe. I mean, preferably right in the middle so that it's obvious. Rip, poor security guy. Just because I wiped my visor doesn't mean I need you to pull my weapon again. Okay, it didn't do it that time. It was weird. You know, Star Citizen is amazing and it's beautiful and it's gorgeous. It gets really irksome when it's too dark all the time, but it's going to be so much better when we have the global illumination and the lighting makes sense at large. I really can't wait for that. All right, let's see. Well, you know what? We'll stick it on the rack. Although, I should have dropped the cans in the crate. Do that next stop, though.
Engines on.
All right. Not at the same bunker. That's nice. Which I'm beginning to think that's also an issue with sleepy servers. Because when things are behaving better, right, then I at least get new locations to go to. A lot of times if you're on a server that's just kind of whatever, you do a mission, you leave its area, and then you take another mission and you turn around and you go right back where you just were. So I'd like to believe that a lot of those kinds of doing exactly the same thing again and again and again and again might be at least a smidge better as server performance continues to be better and more reliably.
Landing gear up.
probably not going to be in the light, unfortunately. Oh, it's on Calliope, so it could be. All right. I'm glad they added that little circle to the ladder that shows when you're 90 out. That's cool to me. I never thought it should be a mystery. So we can go straight there now. You're not going to do it because we're obstructed, huh? You rat bastard. You're going to let me... That's going to be not where I want to be. Or so is that. Why wouldn't you let me jump to Calliope? It's got to be an OM container in the way. So annoying.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Very cool. Sometimes the game is like, wow, we're super convincing with the visuals in the lighting in particular. And then other times it's just like, why is that so bad?
Quantum travel complete.
Oh, maybe we will be in the light.
Quantum travel engaged.
Can't wait to farm prototype components. Man, you know what? I'm not going to lie. All of the stuff that they talked about, upgrade them to tier 3, yeah. The kind of stuff that they're adding to the game is super exciting, right? All of that stuff that they talked about in Citizen Come, it's like, wow, it's actually a freaking MMO with stuff to do and progress to be made and all of that. And then I'm like, good God, I'm so old now. Do I even have time to do any of this? Hey, Girl in Pigtails, how you doing? Good to see you. Damn. Waits more patiently for battle. That's right. You know, it's funny. I re-rolled my character on the new server in New World again and actually renamed myself this time the Eternal One. So it's not about being old. It's being experienced, right? Somebody had a ship there. Freelancer Max.
Down.
That's quite the bright paint. Fire Lord 85, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Am I fixing to land on top of the Freelancer? No. Again, I can't wait until we can get some kind of landing HUD.
Shields
Oh, I see.
complete.
Security just got my Nine Tails goons.
Engines off.
Is that the loner? Oh, I don't know. It could be. I wouldn't be surprised, right? The Max would be a good loner. I forgot to grab my weapon off the rack. Which is one of the reasons that I've been doing that. I'm trying to get in the right vibe of not just hopping out of the pilot seat and rushing into combat. Said I really look forward to the suit lockers and stuff. Come on, door. It's got to be Nine Tails. I see purple, I think. Doesn't look like Microtech security. I'm going to be really disappointed if I murder a security guard. Because there's no... Yeah, I see pink. Of course, I've announced my presence and my position. Like they should know that I'm here, right? Because I flew on sight in a giant spaceship, but... Oh, are you kidding me? Shit. Star Citizen is still fucking Star Citizen, that's for sure. When the hitboxes are bad, they're fucking terrible. Must have been the wind. Yep. I don't see any movement, so I'm just going to assume they haven't had a reason to go that way. That's a lot of corners to check. This frickin' text is bugging the shit out of me. Oh. That's what I get for assuming, I guess. We can't find all of them, then I'll scope that shit out again. I'm not gonna clear that whole area though. I gotta check out this frickin' Freelancer. Yeah, clear to the point of the God murders, yeah. Just when I see somebody else's ship, I'm always curious. Is there anything in it? But I don't even think the Lancer's got any weapons racks. Yeah. Like the components are all right there. Yeah, you know, that's definitely a thing, right? This is definitely salvage fodder. You take time to pull the components. Remember that? Yeah. It would be worth doing, especially with player ships, right? Because a lot of times people do upgrade. The ones that are going to do it, they're going to upgrade to the max. Yeah, put it on the freight elevator and then ding, it's mine. Yep. I was not at all sure. Okay. Oh, shit. Actually, reload. I was very hesitant because I wasn't sure that was Ninetales guy at first. It was mean. Shot him in the crotch. Shit. I saw his shadow. Now I can see their beacons, of course. Oh, somehow I got the heavy and not the other guy. And there's still one up top. It's nothing personal, I'm just better. A lot of partial mags. What is it doing? Some of those are going back and then doing them again. For real? I mean, it looks right. That's the wrong button. Only got 2 modes now. You actually, you did. Okay. All right. Wasn't sure it did everything it told me it did. You don't have shoddy mags. It's a pretty bright star shotgun. But no Halloween helmet. Shoddy is good. I'm gonna have to get used to using the shotguns again, because for a long time, for me, they were just, all of them were just trash. There wasn't enough range, and I don't do well in close quarters because I'm old and slow. But yeah, I'll have to try them all now. I kind of want to like the dead rig. Just on general principle. You know, it's the Drake pilot in me. But the Ravager looks badass. You're all about the marksman rifle and shoddy. I definitely like to do the sniper thing. Oh, well, you know what? I'm going to take all of those. That's one of my weak points, is taking the black and red tractor beam multi-tools. I wonder, I assume somebody dumped that stuff. I feel like sometimes NPCs despawn in their gear drops, though. S71, P8R. Yeah, I haven't gotten to use the P8R yet. It looks cool. Ah. Missed that one when I came by. The ammo's available now. You can buy it in the store. Novacop Ascension helmet. That's not a Halloween helmet, though. Yeah, I saw it in Tressler. Yeah, they fixed it, which is good. But I'll be more excited when I see one drop somewhere. Some shoddy. Gib, come on, do the thing. Thank you. Yeah, but the P8R was only made available to the people who bought the digital pack, right? The CitizenCon digital pack or whatever, which normally I would do, but we're just definitely too freaking broke this month. And I couldn't buy it with store credit. Because it's a war bond. Of course, I didn't even look to see if you could just buy the weapon in the store. Store credit that. Okay, where's this last guy? Just wandering, I guess. He's not even where I thought he would be. I think the NPC must have like spawned and slid down the hill. Because I actually thought he was going to be around the corner where all that stuff was. Damn, I got a tier 3 arm injury again. It did take a lot of fire that time, though, so. I've used up 12 bags of E4. Stack. I wish they'd fix this. This kind of thing irks me. I mean, whatever y'all have done to truncate these words, you know, adjust it, please. Looks terrible. They must have adjusted. Somebody must have bumped a font size or something. Why are we sinking down through the... Oh, I see. We apparently have 2 med beds. Can't take off in the ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᚈᚏ. Other wreck. How much of an impact did that make on rep? No, come on. What are you doing? Do the thing, man. Thank you. So I'm going to take several more still. I'm asking for it, but we'll try it.
Engines on. Launch complete. Landing gear up. Quantum travel.
To microtech. It's gonna be in the dark again, isn't it?
Quantum travel complete.
Sure enough.
Quantum travel engaged.
Oh, it's not in the dark. Good.
Quantum travel complete.
Why did they... So irksome. There it is. in before I crash into the ground while I'm looking at the website. That's a lot of trees. Where the hell am I going to land?
Landing gear down.
Yeah, there ought to be room. It's just part of what I'm trying to think about here is that this is going to be hostiles and I've got to retrieve a box. And they're waiting for me. I don't know what the weird snowflakes are in my ship, but okay. You're right, though. There's plenty of room. And they just don't care. Don't care that I'm landing a giant spaceship outside the bunker. That'd be all right. Did I already? Yeah. Oh my God, what the shit just happened? This fucking game, man. Y'all saw that, right? I mean, it looks fine now, but there was definitely something going on when I got out of the seat. They know I'm here now. They're shooting at me. That guy right there is going to kill me with that custodian. He's going to destroy my ship. Oh, you're doing it again, man. Jeez. Writing the sitcom hype into a game that doesn't work well. Well, in fairness, whatever that was, which seems to have just been a momentary server hiccup, has been the most irritating thing that I've seen today, next to the stray hangar elevator on that 890. All right, everything else has been relatively good. Shit, I gotta retrieve the code, which means I gotta pay attention and I gotta check the bodies. I mean, I should see, I think, one of the bosses with a backpack, but I don't know that I can even count on that. God, the condensation gets to be so irritating. Something in the song, I could have sworn I heard something click behind me. That pink note, sticky note. Caught my eyes there. Check these guys, although I expect the code will be downstairs, hopefully. You must have been cold, dude. I mean, you know, it's only minus 40. I have no idea how many goons are in there because there's no count. Of course, none of it matters unless I can find a guy that's got a code. There he is. There's Mr. Boss Man. Where you at, big goon? You sound like you died. Are you actually dead? I think he's moving. Hopefully he's dead. He may not be alone still, though. Ouch. shit. I'm not going to be able to sort that chest injury out with my Nursa. Must have been artifacting. I could have sworn I just saw another shadow. I wonder how many useless boxes I'm gonna have to pull out of that frickin' elevator before I can take the confidential material. All right, I don't see any or hear any more movement, so for now, let's deal with our symptoms. Still have med pens. Let's go ahead and grab 2 more. You know what? Why the hell would he have? This is so weird. The random loot tables with the stray spare magazines and stuff just don't make a lot of sense. Oh shit. Really? Where did it? There. Just whatever. Just give me one, man. In case I need to spray a lot of bullets. All right. Four frickin' things. 6086. Out of curiosity, that's gonna give me 1. That's gonna give me 2. All right. Gonna want my Jesus. I want my tractor beam. as I get into this. Shit. Holy fuck. Ah! Oh, God damn it. Rip. Oh, well. I wasn't expecting to see quite so many dudes, man. Holy crap. It was like the whole crew respawned. I mean, in fairness, that mission is designed to be done, no kidding, by at least 2 people. Right? Yeah, I mean, it could have been. I saw one guy, and usually it repops 2. So, but I pulled the second box, so I don't know. I mean, I saw, because I killed, I think, at least 2 of the 5 that I shot at there, and I'm seeing there's 1, 2, 3 still alive, so I'm not sure. Kitty. Nature of the beast. I'm wondering what those 2 guys are looking at. My ship, maybe? Because there wasn't any security. It's up to you. I mean, you know, I don't know what you're doing, and it's not a big deal if I respawn. I've got a spare set of gear, including weapons and everything at the station, so. You CCU'd your Taurus to a Star Lancer Max. You love the Connie, but a larger Freelancer Max. Yes, please. I don't blame you. It looks pretty cool, and it looks like there was significantly more thought put into the Star Lancer. I mean, they've had a lot of time to design spaceships since the Freelancer. All right, well, I'll hang tight then. Let me know when you're gonna invite me, and I'll accept the invite. Although I can't share the mission, which is one of those things that's really irksome to me, because of course once you're down, you can't do anything at all. Since there's hostiles in control, I don't know if the turrets maybe won't fire. But the Star Lancer looks pretty cool. Overall, the video was very much, this is what it will be like to play Star Citizen when there's a lot of various stuff to do and it works well. All right, which I think is a pretty good trailer. I liked it. There's things about the ship that don't really speak to me when it comes to the shape. But I like it because I like MISC overall, so. It's just that I don't have another ship that I could swap over. The truth of the matter is that my Carrack, I'm either going to keep it or I'm going to CCU it to a Perseus. I have that CCU in my thing already. So, and to be honest, the early work that I saw for the blast shields on the Carrack, while I admire their attempts, I don't care for the blast shield at all. It doesn't at all look like what I expected. I don't dig it. So I'm leaning towards getting rid of the Carrack anyway. To be honest, for the kind of gameplay that the Carrack supports, I'm probably either going to want to be crew on a larger ship, or I'm going to want a smaller crew. So I accepted the invite. Yeah. I like the Freelancer Max. It's a cool ship. And I like the extra fat on the Freelancer Max. I like the double engine pods. I actually think the Freelancer Max looks much meaner than the original Freelancer. The Starlancer, I think that what bothers me is the kind of bloated belly on the Starlancer. But I mean, you know, I only got that brief view in the video too, so maybe it'll grow on me more as I actually see one. Because I like the idea. I like how much stuff is packed into the ship. I like the drop elevator lifts to put the cargo on it. Oh, good old Star Citizen. You want to play with your friends? Why would you want to play with your friends? Come on. But I was excited to see it nonetheless, because it's like, yes, more, as Cadmian was saying, take ships that we've already got, do other brand versions of it, and I'm totally there for it. They must want that server to go down. It could be because there weren't a lot of people on it anymore, which is probably part of why it was behaving so well with the NPCs. But that's kind of odd, because I mean, I joined it normal. I don't think I joined on anybody. I looked at two different people who were on two different servers and decided, well, no, I'll just join. I don't think I joined on somebody anyway. If I did, there was either 50 people or 80 people on the server, though. You see two on the server you went to. Well, like I said, it's not a big deal. I've got spare gear at the station if you can't join. I knew that I was going to be stepping into it with these missions because that's the way it always is, right? You pull a box, and as you're pulling the box, it's spawning people in the closet. And then by the time you're ready to take the box and run, you're either got a whole pile of guys or you've been killing them as you pull the boxes. And it's not a solo friendly mission. I usually try and kill them as I pull the boxes, and then grab the box and chuck it by the rail, and then look for guys, and then quickly grab the box and throw it over the rail, and then run down the stairs, or vice versa. It's always a shit show. I am curious to see how the game will be impacted with the role. That's not what I'm looking for. With the specialist gear, right? I'm curious to see how that goes, because you know, both the tracker and the tank gear apply to me on a gut level. Although there are times when I would much rather play the sniper. No, it's all right, dude. No worries. I'm going to see if I can recover my corpse, but the mission may fail when I come back. But we'll see if I can recover at least my goods. That's my new goal now. Screw the missions, I have my own. Recover my investion. In my what? Recover my investment. You'll get to make stuff? Yeah, I mean the crafting stuff is I'm actually glad to hear that that's going to be a thing. To the level of which that they have elected to make it a thing is surprising to me. You know what I should have done, and I don't know why I didn't do it. I should have kept my extra gear in the crate and set my med bed in the ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᛈᛏ. Why didn't I do that? Because then it would already be there. Knucklehead? All right, isn't there a there it is. Oh no. There's no interact. Really? I can't interact with the doors either. What the hell? There we go. All right, Mobiglass fixed it. No, I don't want this shit. I am so sick of the white suits. I have so many in my inventory as it is. I'm going to take a grenade launcher with us. I know there's one in the box. I guess I don't have to. Could actually leave the gear. Some of it I have at the ship. You know what? We'll do this instead. You may want the... it'll be a quicker way for me to retrieve the body. And that way we'll know we grab the bed gun when we grab the gun. All right. I tell you what I want to do is I want to be the guy that runs between high sec and low sec. You know, moving stuff. I am much more interested in the notion of doing the hazardous hauls and the smuggling than I am doing the crafting in a game like this, although I do generally do crafting in MMOs as well. This is the new standing on chairs. That's it. Oh man. Good old Star Citizen.
So make sure to check them out.
Will it have a hangar for me since I had a ship here before or not? I'd rather use the hangar. Oh, guess not.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Give me my Firebird.
Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Probably not because I left, yeah. I'm fine with that. It's just, I really wish we could rent, you know, a large hangar or whatever, wherever it is that we can go. I get that there are limitations and restrictions for all of that stuff, but I want to have all the advantages of the proper personal hangar someplace other than the cities, because I definitely don't want to live out of the cities. Okay, now I didn't have any ammo because I put it all in the ship. So I guess the first thing that we'll do is retrieve some ammunition from the ship.
Okay to launch.
Launch complete.
I dig the snazzy paint job. I need to try it on the regular Saber. See what it looks like. I put it on there the other day on PTU and then never did pull the ship.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Guess it took my mission. I don't know where I'm going. LP8. JUC8. Really? Oh, L8P, not LP8. Having a brain scramble moment, obviously.
Initiated.
Dude, you guys got to stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Nobody wants to just accidentally hop out of their ship because they happen to push the F button. Why? And I mean, and it's right in your face too. Please stop that. It is an F. That's exactly it. I should turn that into an animated emoji.
Quantum travel complete.
It says this is offline, so I'm curious to see if the turrets will shoot at me. Hopefully not. There she is, the Urus. Not the Uwus, but the Urus. Where'd this Pisces come from? It's not on the ground. It is floating between the trees.
Docking request initiated. Docking request denied. Landing gear deployed.
Wow. A ship looking rough. That's got to be from the combat earlier. Let me grab some cans of ammo. Although I don't remember the rave lights from before, although you never know with the game. No, that's the wrong ammo. So why are you trying to grab that? There. Shit. Shooting at me already. given the damage that my ship's taken, I wouldn't at all be surprised to see it get blown up. Oh, that's security. Shit! Dude, I don't want to shoot at security. Man, why is security pissed off at me now? Because I'm trespassing, of course. Damn it. That means I won't be able to get my frickin'... Alright, whatever. We're a bad guy now, right? I didn't take any charges yet. Shit. So much for any corpse recovery. Good lord. Yep, I was too slow, Rigsby. You're right. I definitely should have done it. That was a shit show. I should, you know, what bothers me the most about that was that bunker was overtaken by Ninetales, right? So there was no persistence in the mission being there at all. When I lost the mission, the Ninetales guys probably despawned. And even though it said that bunker was offline, clearly there was a security presence there. I am surprised that good old Star Citizen, that I didn't get criminal charges from, because that had to have been security that I was assaulting. But I didn't see an indicator anywhere. But oh well, like I said, that's par for the course. The whole thing. I was going to run on board the ship, and then I was taking fire, and I'm like, well, let me try and take these guys out. And then I really wasn't thinking about the fact that, well, you got 30% health, dude. You're being a knucklehead. But nature of the beast. Let's see, will I go to prison? What happened to there being a timer? Yeah. What happened to there being a timer on the trespassing? Well, this will give us the opportunity to see if the Rudo mission will pop, because I'm curious about that too. Because it was not popping in PTU, like at all. Only CS2. Did I not kill that guy? At least the terminal's working. In PTU, when I went to prison, the terminal wasn't even working. Do we still have a journal?
Trollsby, out of it.
Really? Not gonna show me anything? Okay, what is going on? Break the journal?
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation?
Well, that's not good.
To think about how you can make
All right,
amends
whatever.
for all the wrongs you've done.
All right. I saw a mission pop for the maintenance. About unverified. No, unverified. I will, but I was curious to see. I'm going to go ahead because, I mean, we know that there were not very many people on this server anymore. It looks like there's 4. So they were obviously shutting it down. I just want to run out to Depth 9 and see if the mission pops. Because this server should be pretty much on point, right? If it's going to pop, it should pop. I say that. Might be on hotfixed. Could be. That looks like I'm not going to have a choice anyway, because this isn't working. Hey, how you doing, Omega Black? Yes, and oh, they done killed it. Yep. CIG's like, well, there's only 4 guys left on here. Click. I mean, died twice, right? You couldn't have turned the server off before I lost all my gear. You guys are mean. Yeah, there was some good stuff in Citizen Con. There's some hardcore smoking the hopium in that last panel, though. I just don't even know what to think about the space station stuff. Was like, oh my goodness, man. That is a decade away. I mean, they'll know better than me how far away that is, but wow, did that look like. There's definitely people on this server.
Hello and welcome. You have been placed in a cluster rehabilitation.
All right. So that was just the door. I thought I just heard weapons fire. Whee! Alright. Shield Maiden's telling me she's starving, so I'm going to have to take a break here for just a second and get her some lunch. Let me pretend to be a good prisoner here. Not sure how I'm going to eat that without taking my helmet off. Can I stow my helmet? It'll do the grab the box thing, but it won't do the stow the helmet thing.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Find time today to think about how you can make amends for all the wrongs you've done. Any negative can become a positive with a little bit of work.
I like how I get to keep my sunglasses in the prison. There we go. Don't mind me.
Control's been uneventful. Ship's been quiet.
I think that's the guard voices. They don't sound scary at all. All right, I am going to get the Shield Maiden some lunch real quick. Nyx was looking pretty good, and yes, actually, that might be the thing that I'm most excited about. Them talking about Nyx makes me feel like we're really, really close to getting Pyro, to actually having it in our hands, being able to actually traverse the jump point and all that.
We understand that everyone has a story, a point of view.
Copium Strimm 1.0 could drop in 5 to 8 years. That's 2032, bruh.
Beyond redemption.
You know how old I'll be then, right? I mean, I'll be 61 years old at that point, so, you know, as it is, Squadron 42, I'm going to be 57 unless it releases very early. I mean, I've already, that ship has sailed, man. All right, I am just going to duck myself out here and get the Shield Maiden some lunch, so I'll be back in just a minute, y'all.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Find something you appreciate about someone and let them know. A shared compliment can boost self-esteem and feel rewarding for the giver and the recipient. A kind word goes a long way.
Nothing interceptor's been quiet. All done here. Moving on to the next area. quiet here.
You may wonder, is this ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᚈᛏ rehabilitation facility a UEE prison? Hardly. As a private subcontractor, ᚳᚩᚱᚱ has entered into an agreement with local planetary jurisdictions to handle their corrections infrastructure. What's this mean for you? You get to spend your sentence in one of our industry-leading facilities, enjoying amenities uncommon to most conventional inmates.
Ship's been quiet.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Try to learn something new about minerals today, and how better to harvest them. Not only is mining a valuable skill, but geology is a fascinating hobby appreciated by people across the Empire. Keeping busy is a great way to keep on the right path.
Control's been uneventful.
Did you know that our founder, Leland Wingard, built this company from the ground up after he was incarcerated? It's true. After spending 10 years in quarterdeck, Mr. Wingard realized that one of the best ways to rehabilitate lawbreakers is to treat them like people. He then set out to create the first ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᚈᛏ rehabilitation facility, which opened in 2913. Since then, the company has expanded to dozens of fully automated facilities and a company roster of over 6,000.
Since it's been quiet. Control's been uneventful.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Find a way to forgive yourself for your current incarceration. While it is true that there is no one else to blame for your current situation other than yourself, it is important to move on and focus on how in the future you will avoid making the same mistakes.
Not quiet here. ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᚈᛏ junction along the patrol route. Ship's been quiet.
Did you know that even while serving your sentence, you have already begun to help make the Empire a better place? Thanks to our award-winning ᚳᚩᚱᚱ Cares program, a percentage of all your hard work goes towards helping those less fortunate. Together, we can turn your wrongs into a whole lot of right.
to report. Shift be quiet.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Find time today to think about how you can make amends for all the wrongs you've done. Any negative can become a positive with a little bit of work.
What's the next one?
Lecture Company is committed to legal rehabilitation. While most correction facilities see their inmates as criminals, we understand that everyone has a story, a point of view, or a situation that led them to break the law. To us, no one is beyond redemption.
Control speed, out of it. Heading to the next sector. Nothing much to report.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Find something you appreciate about someone and let them know. A shared compliment can boost self-esteem and feel rewarding for the giver and the recipient. A kind word goes a long way.
Control speed, out of it. Play so far.
You may wonder, is this Klesher Rehabilitation Facility a UEE prison? Hardly. As a private subcontractor, Klesher has entered into an agreement with local planetary jurisdictions to handle their corrections infrastructure. What's this mean for you? You get to spend your sentence in one of our industry-leading facilities, enjoying amenities uncommon to most conventional inmates.
Geriatric game. I think we already have some. Right. I'm not going to talk about specifics because I don't want to insult anybody young that actually enjoys some of that stuff. Oh, man. That is kind of the nature at the game at this point. We are all getting older. Having me a bowl of soup. Got the wife something to eat.
Not too much action on the control room.
It's nice to hear the security guards talking now. What does this server look like?
Take the next step on the road to rehabilitation.
Performance-wise.
About minerals today and how better to harvest them. Not only is mining a valuable skill, but geology is a fascinating hobby.
Server FPS is much lower.
The Empire. Keeping busy.
It's bouncing between 4 and 6, roughly.
Shift be quiet.
Lots more people. These NPCs are probably nowhere near as on point as the ones that we were dealing with earlier.
Sector clear. Moving to the next.
Loki's trying to mug me from a soup.
Did you know that our founder, Leland Wingard,
No, Loki.
from the ground
Mine.
he was incarcerated? It's true. After spending 10 years in quarterdeck, Mr. Wingard realized that one of the best ways to rehabilitate lawbreakers is to treat them like people. He then set out to create the first Klesher rehabilitation facility, which opened in 2913. Since then, the company has expanded to dozens of fully automated facilities and a company roster of over 6,000.
Shift be quiet. Shift be quiet. On to the next one. Sector clear. Moving to the next.
You know, I was just thinking about the whole FOIP thing.
Ready to take the next step on
The improvements that they were showing with FOIP look pretty cool too.
keep yourself
That's one of those things that I think is really going to add to the game
blame for your
eventually.
other than yourself.
You know, I don't know exactly when that's going to be
How in the future
ready for prime time,
mistakes?
but it will be cool to be able to interact with people in that way. I feel like they definitely need to figure out FOIP and VoIP immediately, because if they really want us to take it seriously as a community, right? That means we need to start using it, and we need to get used to using it, and they need to make it as easy as possible and as reliable as possible to use it. Otherwise, we're just going to get... Of course, I hit F12 and there's nothing to be seen because I'm not wearing my helmet. Right? Otherwise, we're just going to get people using... Where'd it go? There we go. Oh, I see. It's not active, so it's not... Anyway, people will just continue to use this. Right? So if they really want VoIP to be a thing,
Already begun to help make
then
a better place.
it needs to be a thing as soon as possible.
Program. A percent
Or it's never, ever, ever really going to take hold. People are just going to continue to use Discord for voice comms, and most people are just going to use chat, which, you know, is suboptimal given the nature of this game. You know, when you're flying spaceships or mining rocks or doing FPS, you're not really going to be effective if you're trying to chat with people, so... All right, let's go see. Bruto wants to give me a way out. Let's go be naughty. Leaving Armistice Zone. Caution is advised. Crash into stuff. Assuming that these terminals are working. Like, what did it kick me out? Stumble. Why is it doing that? It's like shoving me backwards when I try and interact with it. It's new. I mean, I know I don't have any rocks, but what the hell? Got a whole W? What? What? Okay, that's ridiculous. No, dude. No. This is exactly the kind of thing that I was talking about. How did this shit go live? How did this shit go live? This should have been hot fixed already. I'm sorry, this is nonsense. I'm not fixing to use the deposit terminal anyway. I'm going to go be naughty, right? But this, CIG, this is bullshit. Bullshit. And somebody should be ashamed. This should never happen. Right? Because this fucking bullshit, half-ass cockamamie game loop where you get in trouble for doing content, because it's not like I killed any player, right? I interacted with the PvE environment. This being exactly how we're supposed to get out of here without being the bad guy, being broken like this and being inconvenienced. You know what that is? That's a sharp stick in the eye towards anybody who plays your game. Fucking fix it. This ain't okay. I'm not really raging, but it's like, dude, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. And what it says to your player base is, yeah, I know. It's an alpha. We have your money. And if that's not the message that you want to send, fix this. Every other terminal that I interact with in the game right now works fine. If this one's broken, fix it. Rant over. I can't even, man. And what makes me so mad, I know I said rant over, I lied. What makes me so mad about that is, where am I? I am in a non-game loop. I am in a dead end that you, CIG, decided to assign to me for completely arbitrary reasons, right? You created this. I didn't ask for it. You created the prison for people who wind up with criminal charges. I didn't kill a player. You know, as a matter of fact, all I really did, it looks like, of course, they can't check my charges because the journal's broken, is I trespassed, right? And you pushed me into this non-game loop because there is zero reward for this. The only reward for this is getting the fuck out. That is shitty game design anyway, right? I should at least be able to earn some kind of reward here, some kind of rep, some kind of something, right? So for this stupid terminal thing to be a problem on top of this bullshit, not a game loop, it's insulting. And it's terribly embarrassing, CIG. No matter how hype CitizenCon may be, this being the game as it is right now, and again, it forces me to say game in air quotes, because this is a live service. This is embarrassingly negligent. Just fix this one freaking terminal, right? And even if it's every terminal in prison, there's what, 3 of them? Fix it. If it's, are the oxygen terminals doing it too? Whatever the reason that they're doing it, fix it. And hot fix it tomorrow. There's no reason for it to not be fixed already if they know it's a problem. That kind of lingering bullshit, it ain't okay, because it's not like there's really a workaround. Yes, I can maybe go use W, like Cadmium is saying. Fine, and that's fine. That's technically a workaround, but I can't just avoid this terminal once I've been thrown in this not a game loop. Okay, not entirely true, because I'm going to avoid it. I'm going to go see if the escape mission works. And it could just log off. But when the workaround is really to just log off, you as a game developer have failed. It's not okay, man. You guys cannot keep telling us that there is criminal content and we want you to play it. And then fucking kick us in the crotch, dude. It's not acceptable. Stop telling that lie. Tell us, say, if you're a criminal, you're going to be punished because we think you're mean and you're substandard players. Because that's the truth. You treat us like substandard players. And this is why fewer and fewer people are willing to indulge in legitimate red gameplay, because you guys keep fucking telling us we don't matter. What is the oxygen bug that you're talking about? Yeah, see, this terminal works. Why does the other one not work? Bruh. Copy the setting for this terminal. Copy the settings from this terminal. Paste them on that terminal over there. And then change whatever needs to be changed for the interaction feature. Because this terminal works, man. It's not okay, man. It just isn't. Because, I mean, I know they have adjusted the atmospherics and the prison suit so that you don't have nearly as much time to successfully escape Klesher, right? They've been changing that for a while, right? The last time that I was able to do all of that stuff and test that stuff, you pretty much had maybe a minute or two to spare in survivability to be able to make the escape run. And that's to the Cutlass, and assuming that you could enter the Cutlass and fly away. There was no way you were going to be able to escape to Barton Flats unless you had the rover. If you had the rover, you could have a little bit more time to spare at the Cutlass as well. But on foot, there was just enough survivability to be able to do the thing, which I was okay with when things were working. When you get extra janky with stuff, like in PTU, I was not able to get, okay, the comm link is actually off already. I was not able to get the Rudo mission in PTU. So now we're going to wait and see if Rudo actually offers me a way out. Because if that is continued to be broken, that's another sharp stick in the eye for people who play red. And if you're not going to support red gameplay, then just tell us. Deji, just say, nope, we're not going to support that. Which, of course, flies in the face of Pyro. Isn't it B? How do I throw hands now? Thought it was B. Oh no, that's right. They did move it. It's 6. I want to see if I can find another shank. Because apparently when you loot the shanks, they turn up after the next reset, which is very weird to me. But I have several now. So like I could take all this guy's stuff and turn that into the terminal that doesn't work now. No mission yet. I shouldn't have the verified mission now either, right? Right, because I'm outside of comms. Come back here. The janky desync when you knock them down it continues to be terrible.
Congratulations. You have completed your required sentence in our facility.
That's ironic. Of course.
Hope that you've used this time to
I'm totally rehabilitated.
member of civilized society.
This is another thing that's really irksome to me too. Can we please fix the loot interaction so it behaves? Where's my shanks, man? Where'd the other guy go? There he is. Why the game to try and find the F? That's F. That's what that is, CIG. That's F. No mission. I am very disappointed. And I know I have reps still too, right? Where are you at, Rudo? Where are our... Wait, where is Rudo? Where's the Rudo rep? Did Rudo go bye-bye and that's why I don't have a Rudo mission? I see Bit Zeros. I've done missions from them. But I don't see Rudo. I guess I'll have to go to Grimhex when I get out of here and go check and see if he's if there's missions to be had in that area. That's very strange to me. I don't see Vaughn either, and I know I was Master Assassin the last time I did missions for him. What are you doing, dude? Why can't I interact with him? I'm gonna go deeper just in case. I didn't see any bear helmets or anything in any of those prison backpacks either. Which actually is unusual because I felt like the prison loot was one of the places where I got most of my helmets last year. Really do wonder if they broke the event or didn't enable it or something. Come here, dude. Inventory check. Come on. Dude. God. No helmets. Why that doesn't say exit? Maybe it says exit on this side. Nope. Still no helmet. I mean, you know, other than his. Oh well. All right. Let's check one more time. Contracts. Unverified. Nada. Well, we definitely spent plenty of time here. So at least on this server, there's no damn route mission. Which really annoys me. I'm gonna check the escape route anyway. I want to see if they left in the added laser beams that seem to trigger even if you're crawling on the floor in the escape route, which means that you really have to have some way to trigger the explosives from a safe distance. Otherwise, you're screwed. Here, come here, dude. Need your helmet. Or maybe your multi-tool might be better. Which is bigger? I'll take the Head Knight. I think we can throw that. Give me the multi-tool. One of the other will work. Gee, I don't know who knocked all these guys out, but they were just mean. I'm like established. I'm curious, how quickly do I get the contract back? Hasn't happened yet. Of course, there could be somebody else in prison that did the O2 maintenance mission. Interesting. Vector has you playing Minecraft again? Played in Minecraft for like 7 hours last night? Well, that's cool, though. Looks fun. To be honest, I've never done it. But the kids played. I always got my building urge out in SL. I don't know, man. I understand. I like Mector. Free. I wonder if they have put serious thought into the low G traversal. We have a lot of stuff built into the zero G traversal or micro G traversal now with, you know, pushing and blocking and stuff so that you don't just crash into stuff haphazardly. I really wish they would put some of that into these low G situations, you know, because it's kind of the same thing. You're bouncing along and it's like all of a sudden you're going to hit something. You kind of would like to see your character reach out and stop you from bashing your head into that lamp, which obviously doesn't have any physicality, but these pipes do. I didn't check the other one to see. This one broke too. No, this one works. So this one works. If this one works, then why doesn't the other one work? Oh my goodness. What is going on here that's the problem? I bet it's like this rock or something stupid. I mean, that's just that, and I hate that shit with a passion. NPCs that don't walk around you, it's so aggravating. Yeah, that is just bullshit. And there's definitely something here that's creating an issue. And if they're aware of it, there's no reason it shouldn't be fixed. It should be fixed. Fix it. You know, it's ignoring that kind of stuff. Windows arrow in the terminal. No, it like shoves you backwards, which just doesn't make any sense. When something like that happens, especially in something that is going to have an impact, you know, you must have done this somehow. I hit a mode button on my keyboard and it just went to flashing RGB rainbow on the red that I usually have it sat on. I'm going to blame you for that, Scotty.
Here's a friendly reminder to
I mean, you know, there's only a handful of those terminals in the prison, and the only place that you run into them is the prison. So there's literally 3 terminals, it looks like, that are the problem. So for them to not just fix those 3 terminals, because I mean, it'll probably take one dude like 15 minutes tops, is just ridiculous. My keyboard wanted some RGB on it, yep. All right, what did that say? 2874. 2874. Klesher. Bonsai. right. I gotta jump. That's another example. You know, you jump over that, and you really ought to put your hands out so that you can stop your freaking helmet from crashing into the rock there. Like I knew where I was, but I didn't. Because I didn't turn my... Oh, come on, man. Really? What do I do? I made it. Okay. More of that. Picked up one of those galaxy projectors where you put the slide onto it and it projects the moon or whatever. Yeah? Yeah, those are cool. We have a couple of the laser star projector things in the bedroom that we use. They're very relaxing. I'd like to have a decent one of those galaxy projectors. It's just the ones that I've seen I'm kind of nonplussed by. I would like to see something with a little more motion in them, even if it was very slow motion, so that over time there was a change instead of it just rotating or something. I don't know. Because I feel like the technology on those has not changed in decades. Which is kind of weird to me. But I like all that Starfield stuff. That looks cool. And it is very relaxing. At least until I go to move the projector and the wife happens to have her eyes open, because then it makes her motion sick. So we don't do that anymore. Just out of curiosity, I don't suppose I have a mission yet. Sure would be nice if I did. Nope. Just the maintenance mission, which I can't even get to do anymore. Oh, shit. The hell? Why didn't I climb? Hello? What's going on here? I was looking at the wrong lip. All right. Oh. Bobble bobble. Superman jump. Second Superman jump. They still haven't fixed this. This is really irksome too. I'd be willing to bet that that's the same kind of ledge as that one they gave me fits in the cave a week ago. Somebody just needs to get rid of those assets that don't work, or massage the ones that need to be fixed. Because if it's a what is going on there? It's like there's two of them in exactly the same place, except one of them is not rezzed properly. right. I can't tell for sure. I feel like there used to be another beam that was under this one in PTU, like within the last couple of weeks. But it might be that one. It might be that one there. That was too low, and if you have your backpack on, it triggers the beam and kills you. What I'm curious about is, can I just trigger the mine? I want to throw it. You're not going to let me throw it? Why can't I throw it? Seriously? Come on. Dude. That's really frustrating. Ah. Well, what's equally frustrating is not being able to do something about this box. All right, well, I guess what I'll do... Well, whatever. We'll just see. We'll see if I'm... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was fixed. If I crouch down. Because it looks like I ought to be low enough. I'm just not sure about that last beam. We should be low enough, right? Oh, you know what it is? No, because that's always been there. Well, whatever it was that I dealt with in PTU doesn't seem to be a thing now, so maybe it was fixed. Hey, how you doing, Laconia? Because that was definitely a problem. Because I got blown up, and I'm pretty sure there was another beam under that one. Because it was when I tried to crawl under it, it went off, and I noticed that there was a backpack laying there as I was camming around trying to figure out why I died. Oh, shit. I definitely bobbled. Alright. We'll go see if there's a rover. Yeehaw! I still feel like this is a tease. There should be something in there. And over there, too. Hopefully, there will actually be a rover. Oh, there it is. I was like, how come I don't see the no turning back? Are you kidding me? God damn it to hell, man. Whoever made that change to the jump. I know that was a long time ago. But those things really tweaked the shit out of me. We have so little actual control of our movement. It's like they showed us something last year. They showed us something last year about jump puzzles, right? Traversal puzzles. This too. This is still in. The beep, 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 beep. Come on, guys. Fix that shit. Star Citizen is a shitty engine for traversal right now. Right? Because we have no real control. It's like we are constantly moving on this ball. right? And we really can't be precise about our footsteps at all. Yes. Well, and I mean, that would be fine if we could count on things behaving predictably, but we can't. How you doing, Veronica? Because we have momentum, right? And I'm behind the notion of there being momentum. But my character, my person, any freaking human being at all would go to step off that step to jump and plant and jump, right? And instead what we get is this, they sort of kind of hesitate and hop and you don't make it. Well, I mean, I've made that jump dozens and dozens and dozens of times, right? It's just every once in a while, you know, whatever happens and you just don't make it. It's so irritating. And it's because the way the engine works is just not precise. Not with the way we interface with it currently. 8431. You know, because I mean, and the other thing is that if you happen to bump up just a little bit, right, you get that bump drift instead of a step jump. That's the other thing that kills us a lot. Wait a minute, where am I going? Totally forgot what I'm doing. Where's the, there it is. I'm like, where's the fan? It's just irksome. It really is. It's just like sometimes I'll go to jump here and I'll bobble off of, you know, wherever the little pointy spot is on the rock and bounce off, which also doesn't make any sense. It would make more sense for me to face plant right here. That's not what happens. You just bounce off. I knew I was going to miss it this time because, you know, sometimes that's just the way it goes. I'm lucky I didn't miss any of the other ones that I've made hundreds of times. Oh, I didn't fall all the way down. Where am I? Any place good? Oh no, this is the recovery spot. I don't think there's anything I can do here that's extra good. It's unusual that I didn't just bounce off that edge though. Because if you fall, one of the places that you have to recover from is you hop down up here, and sometimes there's a body over there that's in the Rudo mission that's got a looks like that oxygen terminal is still in there and still working too. It's too bad. We used to have a shortcut in here where you could skip some of the route, and I want to say it was right there where you used to be able to skip the first couple of jumps. And I guess they decided it was too easy for us to escape, so they took it out. Go that way. I want to go this way. The other way is a recipe for me to fall. I kind of feel like this is, I mean, the blue is our visual cue that we're headed the right way, right? The blue lights and the blue plants. We need to go that way, though. And this almost seems like a false positive, because there's no way you can recover from over there. You can fall in that hole, and you wind up having to make the same damn jump again. There's blue again. And in that particular hop, you can only grab the rock on the right side, which aggravates me because there's no reason for that to be a thing. More blue. Oh no. Oh shit, I thought I was gonna bounce off. Because I've done that before. Oh shit. See, that's where I was a minute ago. Right there. I did not mean to wind up here though. It's that loose janky physics. But bouncing off the rock and grab it, man. I'm glad we can properly vault this, because I always wind up being too cautious about when to jump, and I jump a little too early, and I almost always wind on that section of rock there. And it used to be you could still jump up here from there, but there was no vault, so you had to kind of get the jump just right to be able to hop up over the lip. It used to be very annoying. We are again with the, we're going to hop instead of actually vaulting. Bonk. Ree. All right, deja vu. Still very paranoid about that whole thing. Just checking to see if the numbers were the same, because I wouldn't at all been surprised to find out that they weren't. Here we go again. I'm always afraid I'm just going to roll right over that freaking rail because I've done it. See? CIG, you guys suck. You really do. And this is to add insult to injury, right? Because once you're here, you're screwed. There's no way to recover. Yeah, they broke the journal. They definitely did. The journal entries are just all empty. It's probably some kind of index change with the new interface. See, I really feel like there should be some kind of difficult way to recover from this. A ladder or a jump puzzle or something, but there's not. There's no way. I've tried. I'm not even going to make that jump. But it wouldn't have mattered because there's no way out. Been there, done that. Here you go, Loki. Oh, man. All right, we'll make one more attempt. I just want to see if there's actually a frickin' rover in there or not. The problem is that flat spot, right? Because that change from moving flat to going up the stairs, it fucks your momentum, right? That's the problem. You have to get the jump and you have to make sure that the momentum is moving again as you change direction and start hopping. And it just shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't. Because we have this whole... Can't do it here because it's such a small area. But this whole thing where, you know, where we have the step jerk thing, that's what screws you up. It's grr. It's grr. All the grr. Oh, Veronica. Okay. No, I didn't see the chat. Now I know. Hello, Faith. How you doing? You know, I think I was aware that there was a... No, we're not going that way. Dude. Well, now I got to go the other way. Old man brain is kicking in. Freya, what are you meowing about? Crazy cat. All right, all I needed was the code. Two four.
Together, we can turn your wrongs into a whole lot of right.
At least the fan code seems to be working reliably. Oh, no, come on, man. That's exactly the kind of shit that I'm talking about with this ridiculous fucking non-physical physics. Jesus, CIG. You know, it's a shame because the low G traversal stuff can have moments of bliss, right? It can be fun. And it really feels low G, like you're bouncing on the moon kind of thing, right? And then there's all of these other times when you have zero fucking control over the low G ball walking. and you just get fucked. I have no idea how I didn't get killed by that fan, right? But, you know, it's not like I can do anything. Because we're actually at the bottom of the frickin' model now. Right? We're not even supposed to be alive at this point. It was supposed to have killed us. Oh Lord, now we're all the way through. With 2 broken legs. Tier 2, tier 2, and a tier 3. Welcome to hell, guys. We made it. Oh, man. Broke on top of broke, man. That's my gameplay in a nutshell. It's just so aggravating. I mean, prison has been in since 3.9 now, dude. It's been 2 years. Maybe 3. Shit, no. Maybe 4. When was 3.9 now? Was that in 20 or 21? It's been at least 3 years. And it's been one thing after another after another. It's still a dead-end game loop. It's always been a dead-end game loop. It's just there's some variety in how that dead-end game loop, non-game loop, is broken. We have no useful rep to be earned by doing anything here. There's one mission that apparently doesn't even work right now, right? And what is the reward for doing that mission? Getting out of the shithole. Not that you get anything for getting out of the shithole, right? So, I mean, everything about it is bad game design. And they keep talking about, oh, well, we're going to do this with it. We're going to do that with it. Meanwhile, 3 years in, they still haven't done any of it. But it's still okay to assign this non-game loop dead end to players if they happen to, you know, get hammered with trespassing or something. Shit. I don't know if I paid enough attention to know what this code is. I guess my brain did. I really don't know why it's okay. That's what I don't understand. And I feel like if they had just one guy who was in charge of reviewing red gameplay, law gameplay, I don't even know what to call it because a lot of it's not even red, right? Criminal related gameplay related to criminality. Right? And if they were periodically forced to assess it and have a look at what's wrong with it, like, here we go again with this. Why doesn't this just clamber? What's wrong with your fucking traversal? This is the very first traversal in the route. Why is it not working? Especially since I've actually done it several times today. What's the deal? I feel like if there was somebody responsible for having a look at that shit, that most of these problems would have been resolved ages ago. But, You know, yeah, that's it. I do have to get the right pixel. But they just don't care. I mean, they clearly don't care. I mean, that sounds like an irresponsible thing to say, right? But if they cared, somebody would resolve some of this stuff. So nobody that can make a decision that can impact things cares. They cared enough to add it. They cared enough to call it a feature, but they don't care about it enough to polish it, to correct it. They have periodically over the years, but not in a way that really matters significantly. I mean, the traversal is smoother than it used to be, but there's still stuff about it that's just wrong. And the overall premise of it being a game loop is inherently flawed because there's no reward. And, you know, that's kind of a problem. I just can't imagine inflicting this on players for years without offering any reward. Oh, shit. Jump in the wrong place. The other rock is a trap. It's bait. I mean, I guess this is the reward, right? It's like an escape prison in like 4 minutes. That's the reward. Here we go again with the traversal being weird. I don't know what that was. Why did we spin around? This is another one of those spots that also annoys me, by the way. Why is there no, you know, of all of the ladders to totally do nothing at all? Why is it this one? Because this one, I should be able to climb down there, right? At least to the break and then fall off. And instead, I have to play this game where I carefully step off and fall, because if you just run off that, you'll bounce right off that pipe into that fan and die, and that will be the end of your run. So, you know, I don't know why we can't just make this stuff behave right. Why did I die? Why did I die? And the answer is the trip mines went off. This is exactly what happened to me in PTU. And, you know, maybe it wasn't a second beam. Maybe it was just server desync. I didn't even get to see an explosion. I didn't even hear an explosion. I just died. But that trip mine is gone. And so are those. So there's that Star Citizen gameplay for you right there. Yep. Live, not PTU. 324.2. This is the latest live patch. Rudo mission doesn't work. Prison escape is still a janky fucking mess. Prison is still a dead-end non-game loop that doesn't do anything for you except escape the bad game design sooner. Red gameplay is not taken seriously. CIG doesn't care. They just don't care. Oh, man. You know, I hate to use words like irresponsible, negligent, but I have to, right? They tell us this is a live service. They try and sell it to people at least twice a year, every year, right? Millions of people have accounts. A significant portion of $1 billion has been raised. All of which I'm fine with, right? But you can't keep inflicting this on your customers. It's not because I'm concierge. It's because I have a $45 game package and you keep telling me that this is a live service. Just fix the shit that's broken. I mean, the truth of the matter is that at this point, they should just turn this shit off, right? Just turn it off. Turn off the prison. Or at least people just throw, 100,000 credits at it and move along about their day. Whatever. Because this is nonsense. And the truth is they should fix it, right? We're supposed to get reputation-based content. We're supposed to have an escape mission that's supposed to be interesting and challenging and fun, which doesn't spawn at all. Of course, the truth of the matter is, on that front, is when it worked last, usually the rovers didn't spawn, right? I have no idea if that's a problem or not, because 3 times I tried to get out and 3 times I got jankified by the game, so I didn't even get to check the rover garages. For a while there, the rovers were undrivable. You couldn't drive them in PTU. That was early in 322. Maybe 323, when they revised the ground vehicles. You really couldn't drive ground vehicles at all. They were desynchy, janky. You couldn't do anything with them. So that was you trying to escape the prison in the rover. But, often the rovers don't spawn. I have had the rover garage refuse to open. I've had the rover garage codes not work. That's an ongoing issue. I have had the escape cutlass not spawn. I have had the escape cutlass throw me in prison because I've surrendered because I'm in a powered down ship while trying to leave with my crime stat. I have had the escape cutlass blown to hell because it just so happens that there's 25 NPC bounty hunters camping the escape location. I have seen bug after bug after bug after bug, and that was after the whole thing, where when we first had prison and you did the escape mission, you'd have your buddy come pick you up and fly you out towards Grimhex, and then all of a sudden you would just instantly be teleported back into the prison for no good reason. It has been a shit show with Klesher forever. And the very few things that people were actually enthused about, they've killed, right? Like we had this whole shadow economy of merits. People could farm merits and hold them. And then when you wound up in prison, they could sell you merits through somebody else who was already in the prison. It was the first truly player-run microeconomy in Star Citizen. Well, you can't do that anymore. right? That's dead. It's just... They told us that this was a gameplay opportunity, right? They said it's not a punishment. It's gameplay. The notion was if you were pursuing a criminal activity, you would be funneled towards something else instead of letting you slide over into miner and trader territory to harass each other, right? And 3 years in, we still have no opportunity whatsoever to redirect people towards relevant criminal content, right? As a matter of fact, exactly the opposite. Even setting aside the bugs, even if the prison escape mission worked, even though it is a mission that you get from Rudo, your number 1 or number 2 criminal contact, one or the other. Vaughn is often the number 1, I would say, with Rudo being number 2. Even if you were to able to get his mission and do it, you leave having no crime stat, no reputation gain, and no mysterious breadcrumb to send you to Rudo where you might be interested in doing more content for him. Which just means all over again, Klesher Rehabilitation Facility is completely a dead end. It is nothing more than a footnote for your gameplay to say, yeah, I went to prison once, I'm never going again. That's what it is, which means that however many hundreds of man hours they put into developing the art and the systems for this, it is by and large a wasted effort. So to continue to inflict it on us is rude at best, man. Just do something with it. Do something, right? I mean, they've talked about numerous things that they want to do with it. And instead, it's just broken and pointless. And I know I'm ranting again, but I periodically do this, you know? I'm like, okay, let's see what the status is for Klesher right now. And unfortunately, I swear it's like every single time I do it, it is the same shit, different year. Why is that okay? I mean, I can't take CIG seriously about criminal content at all because it's just, they don't take it seriously, right? I mean, the last time that CIG got worked up about criminal content were the illicit box missions, right? Illicit. That was the word that they used. And what do those box missions do? Well, they do the same thing every other box mission ever has done. You go pick up boxes and you transport them from one location to another, right? And sometimes you can't pick up the boxes and sometimes you can't turn in the boxes, like every box mission ever. Doesn't matter what mission you're at with those illicit box missions. If they're in your ship, if security somehow by a freaking miracle scans you, and they never do. I mean, I've literally flown around with multiple missions worth of boxes in my ship at various locations and tried to get them to scan me, and I've had it successfully done twice. I've been able to find somebody, an NPC, to scan me twice, and neither time did the NPC give a single shit about this illicit content in my ship. Excuse me. All right, Shadow Wolf. Thanks for hanging out, man. The only thing that is even remotely hazardous about those missions is that where you pick up and where you drop off, yeah, as a matter of fact, not even always where you drop off, but usually where you drop off, there will be no armistice zone. And it just so happens that there are other criminal related missions like the drug re-up missions where you might have to pick stuff up there. So you could conceivably intersect with criminal players while you're doing those box missions. Well, you're not even... Well, you're risking your crime stat. That you don't even... That's just the thing. Well, not to mention, a girl in pigtails, when those missions were initially added, do you remember what was wrong with them? That's right. It used to be when those were first added to the game, criminals couldn't get the missions. That right there, that is CIG in a nutshell, trying to provide criminal content. Box missions, the security doesn't care about. Yes, and I mean, they did fix that. Granted, they did fix that. So that's good, but it doesn't change how ridiculous it was. My freaking tablet went to sleep on me. What was that crap? But I mean, you know, of all of the boring, mundane content, and you know, the truth is that, and I keep saying that, the truth is, that's annoying. It's a bad habit I need to break. The thing about doing criminal missions for Star Citizen, probably the most profitable criminal missions are the stupid Rudo cleanup missions, right? Where you fly to a location like Brios or someplace else, you pick up 2 or 3 body parts, 2 or 3 boxes worth of body parts, and you fly away, and you make 9, 10, 11, or 15K, depending on the mission. That's it. That's the whole mission. You pick them up and you fly away. You don't get any crime stat because, let me tell you, security doesn't care that you're hauling bodies either. They don't care about any of that, right? So that's by and large the criminal content. The other criminal content is either kill security in a bunker or kill white ships in space. And those, unless you turn off ComStat, those at least get you a criminal stat. But the criminal stat isn't inherent to the mission. If you turn off the comm arrays in the area, you don't get any crime stat for that either, right? So who's actually getting crime stat? The people who are accidentally running into it, right? Or the people who are intentionally getting crime stat. That's it. So either they're punishing the accidental criminals, like the bounty hunters or the merc mission runners who wind up accidentally offending the NPCs. That should be part of the thing, right? There should be criminal missions where that matters. But years in, and we don't have it. I mean, you know, to be honest, to be fair, crime stat is a super oversimplified rep system, and I kind of want to see it go away anyway. You know, yes, okay, he's a crime stat 5 criminal. In a role play sense, in a lore sense, it can mean something. As a driving force for content, I don't know that it should be. You know, is Crusader Security pissed off at you? They're the ones that should be pissed off at you. Meanwhile, Hurston Security really shouldn't give a shit beyond maybe watching you to make sure that you're not fixing to get into trouble. They only tell you. All right, Camille. And that's true, Glitch. I totally agree. And to be honest, the best way to play as a criminal in Star Citizen right now in Stanton is to turn the comm array off, do whatever you want to do, and don't get a CS. Because, well, of course you can't see my screen. Because this prison nonsense, this crap right here, there is no advantage to doing this. I can't believe that they haven't fixed that yet, Girl in Pigtails, because, I mean, I agree. That's the best part about the prison, is since I died, and they sent me straight to prison. When I get out of prison, which, let's be honest, I could do that right now because, I actually, my time has been served. Except, hello? Can I? Did you backspace or not? No, it won't even let me backspace now. I can't backspace. But that's nonsense. I mean, that's not the way that should work, because let's be real. Even if we someday get a system where you can incapacitate bounties, right? Non-lethal. And when you take them to your ship, what's the first thing you're going to do as a bounty hunter? You're going to strip his shit. And of course you are. You're not going to leave this guy in full combat gear in your holding cell. You're just not going to do it. That would be foolish. That's the first thing I'm doing is I'm taking your shit. It just doesn't. So I don't know why that's the case. The only reason to leave it in is for the accidental criminals, right? That's the only thing that makes sense to me, is they want the accidental criminals that got from the security bunker because they accidentally shot Crusader security. They want them to get their shit back. I don't know. It's foolish. Because, I mean, it is irritating that as a bounty hunter, the best that you can hope to do, right? Best case scenario for a bounty hunter in live right now is for you to incapacitate the guy, right? Loot him, and then kill him and send him to prison. And what's going to happen when you incapacitate him? Incapacitate him. Stroke brain is in full effect right now. Is A, he's going to backspace and go straight to prison, or B, he's going to try and combat log, even though combat logs generally don't work anymore, so that he can try and keep his shit and escape prison. He's certainly not just going to lay there and let you freaking rob him of his stuff, right? Even though he's a criminal who got into trouble. I have occasionally gotten on VoIP to try and offer to pay somebody off. That's worked for me once, because usually people don't even hear VoIP, whether it be because they've got it turned off or because it just doesn't work. And that whole situation circles back to, that whole situation just circles back to the same old with Star Citizen, with CIG though, right? Is if they had one guy, I think it should be a team, right? 2 or 3 people. It wouldn't even have to be a full-time team, because we're just talking about assessing it from patch to patch. But if there was just one guy or gal, or they, them, or whatever the hell you want to call them, purple penguins, right? To quarterly have to deal with all of the content that's related to criminal gameplay and have a look at it, right? A lot of this stuff would be resolved. Instead, it just tends to linger. I mean, remember when they overhauled the reputation system and we first had to certify for bounty hunter, right? There was a problem where after a patch drop or you did an account reset, it knew that you had certified so that you could be a bounty hunter, but it didn't have the flag for your account to say that you should get bounty hunter missions. So you couldn't get any bounty hunter missions unless you could group up with somebody who could get the certification. You notice it didn't log me back in anyplace else except where I already was. At least I can backspace now. And you'd have to party up with somebody, get the certification mission shared, and then get recertified so that you could actually start getting bounty hunter missions again. They got that fixed in relatively short order when that was a problem. The flip side of that is we had exactly the same problem with the Vaughn missions, with the criminal bounty hunter missions. Right? Yeah, the back end said you had the cert and you couldn't get the cert missions, so you couldn't start doing bounties again. Well, they had exactly the same problem with the Vaughn missions, which were essentially criminal bounty hunter missions, right? And that shit was broken long after the bounty hunter one was fixed. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, CIG. Awesome. This game, man. All right, I got my sunglasses. It's all good. It was weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks before they finally fixed it for the Vaughn mission. Why, you say? Because nobody at CIG pays attention to the red content. And it's not just... There we go. Somebody fixed it. Thank you. Whoever it was over at CIG that pushed the button and gave me my suit back. I appreciate it. You're a good dude. It wasn't just the Vaughn missions that we had this problem with. Yeah, infinite sunglasses. Yep. We had the same problem with the we had the same problem with the mining claim missions, right? There's the legal ones where you got to go out to wherever it is and you got to you got to find the satellites and destroy them in the mining claims. Well, there were criminal versions of that too, where you had to go out there and destroy the security satellites so that bad guys could be bad guys, right? So they were white security satellites and whatever, and you were killing the miners that spawned. And they upped the hit points on the turrets for the criminal mission, right? So the security turrets had way more hit points than the bad guy turrets on the legal missions. And I mean, like, I'm talking about 4 or 5 times as many hit points. Meanwhile, the pay went from something like, I want to say it was like 26,000 credits to like 35,000 credits. So we got like a 20% bump on the pay for doing the criminal mission instead of doing the legal mission, but they took 4 times as long to do. So why would I bother trying to do that criminal content? And as an added benefit, of course, is since they were security turrets at the time, even though you were in the middle of nowhere at Lagrange points with no ComSat around, you were still getting criminal charges. That's been my experience with CIG and criminal content, is they just half-ass it. And they keep telling us that we're supposed to have choices, right? Well, I mean, and the choice is that you can either do vanilla content A, vanilla content B, vanilla content C, or you can be a bad guy and you're a redheaded stepchild that nobody gives a shit about. And I'm tired of them pretending that the redheaded stepchild thing isn't real, because it is. It is, CIG. Anybody that's interested in trying to roleplay as a bad guy, they are asking to handicap themselves. Their reward for hours spent playing this game is absolutely overshadowed by legitimate gameplay. The one potential exception is the word I'm looking for that was the towing the hammerheads, right? That was an exception for a while. I think they finally fixed that now, because you could just tow off the hammerhead and get paid 100,000 credits. So there was a lot of farming that was done with that. Of course, you could avoid that too. All you had to do was just EBA into the ship, sit in the seat, and then go back into your ship and tow it away, and there was no crime stat. Either that or turn off the comm array. Of course, during that patch, the comm arrays were 99% broken. You couldn't turn them off anyway, because the slots in the, in the hack terminal were broken. Which kind of circles back to the same thing. Is it related to criminality? If so, there's a 75% chance it's broken. Of the remaining 25%, probably 50% of that, it just doesn't work anyway. It's frustrating, because I mean, for me, My most fun game loop was I'd fly criminal. I'd go do criminal missions for Vaughn and Rudo. Bounty hunters would come and hunt me, and that would be where I'd get my PvP. I wouldn't have to, you know, try and go harass miners someplace or whatever, right? If they're coming to shoot at me, they're asking for combat. Granted, some of them didn't know that they were shooting at a player and thought they were shooting at an NPC. But that's not my fault. They want to combat, they got combat. Right? And now it's like, why would I bother? All I'm doing is creating a headache for myself. You know? And they made a big deal about, oh, well, you know, we revamped SPK. Now you can go and, you know, have this PvP hot zone and clear your crime stat if that's what you want to do. And partially, part of my problem with that is that half of it is tone deaf. Because let me tell you, the people that really want to do the criminal content and enjoy playing around in that whole sphere, they don't want to clear their crime stat. They want their crime stat intact. That way, people come and look for them and shoot at them. And that's where they get their fun, is through that competitive conflict. So they don't want to clear their crime stat. If you are thinking that clearing your crime stat is part of an effective goal for red gameplay, you're tone deaf, CIG. It's like if I were to go do the escape mission right now, right, assuming that I could get it to pop, which I don't think I can. Right? And we know we're on the same server, so I'm not even going to try again on the same server because we couldn't get it even after waiting for 15, 20 minutes. Even if I could get it done, the only way to keep your crime stat is, instead of actually turning in the mission, is to just take off in the ship, which means you're essentially abandoning the mission, failing it. Fortunately, there's no rep tied to that mission because it doesn't work. So that doesn't matter. But see, you get extra no reward. You get pretty much no reward anyway, because I don't think Rudo pays you anything. I'm going to give you a ride out. Right? But if you want to maintain your crime stat, you don't even get that reward. Well, you get a ride out, but you don't get any rep or anything. You just get nothing. How can this be a game loop if there's no reward? It's no longer a loop. It is a dead end. And I know I'm beating a dead horse. Speaking of dead. Right? And I mean, Pyro. That's the answer. Right? Pyro is the answer. Except, strictly speaking, Pyro is not criminal content because it's lawless. So, why do we bother with this? If all you really want to do is direct us to Pyro, why are we doing Klesher? Also true. Yes. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, and I completely agree. For me, personally, the true progression of rewards in Star Citizen is going to be reputation. Because reputation will allow you to unlock skins for your armor, for your ships, for your vehicles, for your bases, for your outposts, right? Reputation is going to control what kinds of missions you get available. It's going to control where you can land safely. It's going to control a lot of things. Rep is the true progression. That's where the rewards should come from. Yes, skins, blueprints, rare materials, all of that stuff, right? I mean, rep is what you want to earn. They haven't done any of that yet. The closest thing that we have to rep rewards right now is you get to tier up mission difficulty and payout for AUEC. And I mean, you can only buy so many ships so many times before nobody cares. Yeah, 2 years. That's the meme. It's coming in 2 years. 2 years, dude. 2 years. But, you know, I will continue to be here for the ride, and we're going to get what we're going to get, and I'm going to try and enjoy it as much as I can. Like I said, I knew when I landed in Klesher what I was going to get. There was a faint hope that maybe it would be better. We're on the 4.0 code base right now, right? We're on the road to 1.0. Surely things would be better now.
Attention, attention. Please.
No, it's the same old, at least in this hellhole.
Rehabilitation and is being released. Let's give them a round.
I just,
Good luck back in the world, civilian.
it's disappointing. And I mean, for me, as it is, right, even if I were to go leave prison, you saw earlier, the people who were watching saw earlier, the only thing that I had to spend money on to kit out my ship and totally equip myself was ammunition, sustenance, grenades. That was it. Because I've already got everything else. To be 100% honest, if day 2 presentation did not happen, we were looking to potentially upload your main account. Maybe at least want to give them a shot. Hope over hype is it's this time press. I hear you. I do. And I can totally understand. I mean, you know, you guys have chosen to invest in, and I'm not adding any extra weight to that at all. I think it's fantastic that you've decided you enjoy the game enough to do what you've done. No judgment here. Like I've mentioned before, since 2007, my primary income up until the last couple of years has essentially been on selling pixels, right? Someplace else. So I got no judgment there. I got no problem at all with people spending money that they've got on anything that they want. Games, people have been selling shit since black dye tubs in Ultima Online. That's fine. But yeah, we need to see more. And to be, I got to say that probably the least optimistic point that I had watching CitizenCon, the least optimistic point that I had to watching CitizenCon was that panel on the bases, on the star bases. While all of that looks really interesting and sounds really cool, we are so far into this project at this point that those promises definitely sounded like the Kickstarter 100 star systems promises, right? That was a long time ago. It was a completely different marketplace. We had totally different expectations for games in general. So while I think that the Starbase stuff sounds fantastic, it sounds so remote as to be years away. Well, and they're not, right? They're not important at this point. And so it's fine if they don't get done right away, but it kind of felt like somebody wanted to jump the shark, man. I just kind of feel like, well, I mean, I think that for some people it is exactly the kind of end game that they want, right? I joked in Salty Mike's stream, if it's going to be about wars, right? It's going to be org versus org wars. Are we going to call it Star Wars? Because it's Starware, it's Star Engine, it's Star everything. So now it's Star Wars. Of course, you can't do that because somebody would definitely copyright infringe the shit out of that. But so I understand, but we don't even have any tools at all for orgs in the game. So I kind of feel like even putting the panel up right now, man, it was jumping the shark. I mean, because we're not even remotely ready for that stuff. I mean, we don't even have base building at all. We don't even have the beginning gameplay that applies to base building. But at least base building seemed like, for whatever reason, seemed more like something that, yes, they should be working on that. We go to planets now, you know, etc. Maybe it's an artificial line in my head and I'm just in denial. But the space stations, they weren't even on the radar, and all of a sudden it's like, look at this big thing. I didn't even look. They're not selling the base module or anything yet, right? I mean, I'm hoping not. Because, I mean, that kind of reminded me of, you remember when they sold the claim poles? I don't think that they're for sale at all anywhere anymore. But you remember when you could buy the land claim poles? I know it's not really a pole, but it's like plant your flag. I'm sure you do. And I'm sure that there are a number of people who do. But, you know, I bet you accepted years ago that was a long time out. So at least if they didn't sell the base core at least they're not doing that. So that's good. I got 30K for being inactive, which is fine because I'm kind of done. But yeah, when I saw the space stuff, I'm like, well, build bases, right? They did that whole panel on building outposts. I mean, that's what you do with it. That said, you know, I think it's going to be an Ultima Online situation. I don't know if any of you guys played Ultima Online. Farming, gathering resources, farming, ranching, crafting, selling stuff. I mean, it's all part of a game loop that we don't have yet. If that's your point, you're totally right. I mean, we don't have any of that stuff to do, so why do we need land? I mean, I totally agree there. We're a long way out from that stuff. That said, they did show us UE elements and everything for building the outposts, and it looks pretty cool. What it actually reminded me of, I don't know if any of you guys played Battlezone. Right? Battlezone in the 80s was an arcade game where you drove a tank around on a vector graphics machine and shot at other tanks and stuff. But you remember there was a PC game called Battlezone I think it was in the 90s, maybe in the early aughts. And one of them, I think it was in the very first one, I think they always had it. They had kind of a semi-RTS thing where you'd switch modes and you would build your defensive perimeter. You could build a base. And it definitely felt like that to me. And to be honest, I freaking love that game. I played the shit out of that game. I loved it. So I'm excited for the notion of base building, but I was excited about these as well, distribution centers, right? And where are the hour-long content sections of stuff to do in the distribution centers? Because we ain't got it yet. And now you're trying to sell me on new Hopium and Copium. Where's the disk center raids? Where's the disk center anything? All that we've got is a handful of missions that are essentially the same old. I want to do a raid of the distribution center and to have to take out turrets and stuff so our ship can land. We take over the hangar. They fly down into the hangar. You clear security out. You load your ship up with whatever it is that's in the distribution center. And then you blast out of the hangar and you fight off whoever's in the airspace and get the hell out. I mean, that's the kind of content that I want to see. Way more than I want to see, you know, people doing a sandworm raid. But we don't have any of that. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We need actually, there are a lot of elements for Star Citizen that work great. Right? There are a lot of elements that work great, and there are a lot of elements that they can show us small, simple examples where we go, okay, yeah, assassination work, missions work. Yes, you can go raid this NPC location and fight the NPCs and kill the target. Right? There's even missions now where, you know, like the bunker that I did earlier, where you have to retrieve a box. Right? So there's to be very beginnings of mixed content. But it's all super simple, and they're not moving forward showing us actual stuff. Now, that said, I will say I was super excited the first time that I went to a bunker a couple of weeks ago, and there were NPCs outside. I was like, holy crap, it's not just NPCs in a box. Now there's NPCs outside the box. That's a change. Put an NPC ship around to defend it, put a couple of ground vehicles around to defend it. Suddenly, it gets a lot more exciting. Yeah, work is holding up a lot of weight because that's part of the problem is that there's a lot of stuff that doesn't work, period. And there's a lot of stuff that often does work that doesn't work way too often. I mean, you guys saw me a week ago or 2 weeks ago when I came back to streaming. And, you know, I was right over here somewhere at one of these distribution centers, just walking along, trying to get to where I needed to be to figure out who I needed to shoot at. And I fell through the ground. I fell through the geometry. And I mean, you know, this was in live. It wasn't in PTU. Hey, Buster, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. Although you're catching me on my way out. I got to make dinner here soon. How are you doing? Kapla! Appreciate the raid. I hope you had fun. Yeah. I've been ranting a little bit. I spent the last 30 minutes in prison. Oh, will do. Definitely will. I hope you had a good day and a good stream and had fun. Were you in the verse or were you doing something else? If you guys haven't checked out Buster's stream, you should definitely check out Buster's stream. She is awesome. She's our resident Star Citizen Klingon for sure. You've been ranting. I think that there's a lot of that going on right now. I mean, that's the dichotomy of Star Citizen and all the hopium and copium. And we go, yes, man, this stuff looks so great. God, it was so exciting to see those panels. And, oh, wow, look at what they're going to do for us in the future. And then we come back to what we have right now and we go, more, please. Make stuff work. I mean, I periodically do the criminal stuff, so I accidentally wound up with a crime stat and whatever. We won't get into that too much, but I was like, all right, as long as I'm here, let's have a look at ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᚈ, and ᚳᚩᚱᚱ's still a freaking pile of poop. Y Squadron marketing will be marketing to everyone but the community. Well, yeah, I mean, start getting company about not being about them and the marketing. Yeah, well, in fairness, yes, accidentally. I did choose to shoot at security. We all have Stockholm Syndrome at this point. We are in too deep. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. I mean, admittedly, right? Like, I know some people are, oh, Star Citizen, such a scam. And it's not. It's not a scam because I believe the CIG intends to deliver this product. And, you know, is it sometimes mismanaged? Is it sometimes directionless? Yes, but it's not a scam. I enjoy Star Citizen, and I will continue to play it off and on, even if it doesn't change from what it is right now. Right? Yeah, it's not a scam until it fails. But it is super frustrating at times that we run into the same old, year in, year out. Especially when some of that is stuff that CIG has done where even when it was initially done, we were kind of like, you know, in prison is a good example of that for me. Who asked for ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᚈ? I don't know who asked for ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢᚈ. I don't think anybody asked for ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢ, but we got it in 3.9 like 3 years ago. And it continues to be a black hole, right? There's no reward for going to ᚳᚩᚱᚱᚢ. None. The best thing that you can hope for is to get out quickly. And if you are spending money developing gameplay where the end result of that gameplay is to avoid it, I have real questions about why you did it in the first place. Most of us own Squadron 42. The marketing needs to, yes, it does. And I'm on board with that. Bring new people in, sure. But to be honest, if somebody were to come to me right now and say, what do you think about Star Citizen? I would say, you're going to get a free fly here soon. Try it then. Don't spend money on it until you're absolutely sure you've tried it. Expect it's going to be buggy every time you play it for a while yet. And absolutely do not spend more than $45 on a starter pack. Just don't. There's no reason to. As a matter of fact, I forget who I was listening to. I think it might have been Level Cap, right? Because he was streaming with Salty Mike covering CitizenCon, and I think Level Cap was the one that said he was beginning to wonder if he hadn't cheated himself out of gameplay by spending more money than a starter pack. Because, you know, if you've got a Cutlass Black, you're not going to hop in your Aurora and then go earn your way to a Cutlass Black. And I think I absolutely agree with that. Right? Because the thing that, like, New World is another MMO that's an example to me. Amazon Game Studio has New World, which is run on an engine that's a cousin to Star Engine, right? And they created all of this pre-60 content, pre-65 content now, right? And there's no reason to do any of it. Literally, my current playthrough in New World, I am doing absolutely nothing except for the main story quest and the minimum number of quests that I need to do to level up my faction. And I am still 6 levels over leveled at the level 50 quest. Right? I've done essentially as little as I can to avoid being over leveled. And I'm still over leveled. And in a way, it's kind of the same thing, right? It's like if there had been more struggle involved, I would have done more of the content. I would have played more of the game. Cluster is an example of band-aiding a problem, not even looking at the core issue. The core issue was people were bored. That is 1,000% on point with content, and created their own by screwing with other players. So let's punish the bored players and not actually create content everyone can enjoy and get immersed into. That is totally on point. I could not agree more, right? I couldn't agree more with that statement. Bored players are absolutely the worst enemy to people who just want to PvE. Right? People who want to play Star Citizen and just fly around and mine and space truck and even NPC bounty hunt, those people are almost infallibly the target of bored players. Now, there are people who aren't bored who will still target some of those players, but if those PvE players weren't being targeted by board players who in the end are just going to blow something up, right? Then there could be a lot more room for positive interaction when you have that kind of intersection, right? Because there's a huge difference between Griefernet flying up to your mining crew and blowing up your mole just to blow it up, and Space Cutlet or what's the other pirate crew that I'm trying to think of right now? And I can see their Mongol squad locking down your ship, contacting you and trying to ransom your time away, right? Because one of them, you're just going to die and boom, it's over. And the other, there's a chance for player interaction, right? And because board players have led the way, so to speak, on the PvP that tends to appear in the game, PvP in Star Citizen gets a bad rap because the board players do tend to just be lowest common denominator when they get into that mode. And y'all know, I mean, I'm pro PvP. I love PvP. It definitely, I'm glad PvP is part of Star Citizen, because even when I'm doing PvE, knowing that a player could come along and intersect with my gameplay is part of the spice. Now, if they just come along and they just grief me, I get irritated just like everybody else. But that's the nature of the beast. I know you do. I mean, you guys trained with Shadow Moses for a while. I know you guys are familiar with the criminals. And most of them just want to enjoy the game, right? And most of them are not sociopaths, not at all. I mean, it's like you see people say, now PvPers are griefers, man. They don't want to have any competition. All they really want to do is murder people. And that's totally not true. The real PvPers, the ones that actually want to enjoy what's the word I'm looking for? Sustainable PvP. A, they want a challenge, and B, they don't want to drive anybody away. They want other people that are interested in the same things to compete with them. It's not sociopathic at all. I mean, the board players are definitely the worst. There's another game that I've played off and on occasion that my wife got me into called Star Trek Fleet Command, which is one of those awful phone games that just wants to suck money out of your wallet, which of course we can't afford to do, so we played it free to play. But there's a guy named Mud on our server, and he does stuff like he'll do just enough gameplay to get the token that you need to go to a particular system, where in our server, the rules of engagement say you're safe there, so you can go ahead and mine your resources, right? And he'll do just enough gameplay so he can go into that system, and then he will fly through the system and kill every ship there just to fuck over the miners. That is sociopathic. That is somebody that just wants to get a rise out of people. That's a troll. We don't need that here any more than we need it anywhere else. And that guy probably should just not play the game anymore, but he feels invested in it, so I guess he still does. We need to not be bored here. I don't think... You know what's going to impact the PvP system more, I think, is going to be the whole you don't actually own the ship thing in the long term, right? Now, if you do own the ship, you don't have to worry about it. But for my money, I expected what we would see mostly out of pirates would be people stealing ships. And now it sounds like, first of all, people can craft ships, right? Which I didn't ever think was going to be a thing, and now it will be. And I think it's probably a good thing that it will be a thing. But the idea was you'd be able to steal a ship and keep it. And now that's not going to be the case. They've said that if a ship is stolen, you flag it as stolen, and then after a period of time, it will stop working. Now, there were some ways that you could work around that and eliminate the dead man switch. I think that will probably have more impact than insurance. Insurance, I think that they've essentially told us that if you spent real money on a ship, it ain't never going away, right? Insurance is just going to be an inconvenience and a money sink, and that's where I think it should be. I think when Pyro comes, the PvPers will be around to play for the challenge. Some of them will. And the Greepos will stay in Crusade. Yeah, probably. I think you're probably right to a large degree, Medrin. I mean, the thing is that it depends on where people are getting stuff done and how easy it is to find them. Griefers are low effort, right? They're going to find the easiest way to give somebody a negative experience. Yes, well, that is true. And we'll be curious to see how that all plays out. Yeah, and it will be. Now, the other thing is, though, is that, and this rolls back to, we're not there yet, right? Insurance doesn't really matter yet because we don't have insurance. Everybody's got full insurance right now. But the thing is that destroying a ship will be a different thing too, right? Because right now, if you've got a ship, even though it's got components and parts, and if you blow all those off, it doesn't matter. That ship is either alive, or it's soft deathed, or it's hard death. And you can't go from hard death to soft death, and you can't go from soft death to alive. You just can't. Right? That is a backbone part of the star system's universe, and that's going to change. Eventually, what we're going to have is we're going to have a hull that has X number of hit points, and we're going to have systems that each have X number of hit points, and as those can be damaged and destroyed, the ship won't go from it's alive to now it's soft death to now it's destroyed. It'll be a gradient. right? And you'll be able to repair and replace the stuff that's destroyed and damaged so that you can go from, you know, having a fully upgraded tier 3 or tier 5 ship or whatever to limping home and fixing it and bring it back up to tier 5 without having to do all of the upgrades all over again. But it's all just a discussion until we can even just repair a ship from dead to alive, which they've talked about. But, you know, we ain't there yet. I don't even, because I know that PC 101, I think it was PC 101 that I watched him do a video on it where they towed destroyed ships to a pad and could not get the repair services to work, because I know that there was some discussion that that was supposed to be working. So they tried it and it doesn't work. Racing the soft death clock. Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. Because, I mean, I like the idea. Yes, ship crafting is cool. I want to know exactly how that's going to work. Because, like, if we hard death, if we self-destruct in Aurora, how much of it is left? Can we get anything out of it? Will there be a chunk of that ship left that has a core component that we can use to build a new Aurora? We don't really know any of that yet. Maelstrom is very exciting to me in potential. But yeah, the devil's in the details for sure. Yes. And I mean, and it could well be that that's going to essentially destroy everything in the ship, right? In general, that's not how things tend to work. Yeah, and maybe a pink mist. But because, I mean, you know, the explosion has to come from somewhere. And the power plant isn't underneath the pilot's seat, right? Well, it's going to kill the pilot, almost certainly, and it's going to destroy the ship. You know, does it destroy everything that's in this ship? Maybe it will. Setting aside self-destruct, though, I mean, if you blast a ship into scrap, it may not. I mean, it does. It all depends. And the devil is in the details, like GIP said. It's just... I say Aurora should be no scrap. But, you know, I mean, I like the notion of... ideally, I'd like to see full modularity. So I know we're not going to get that, but it would be cool to be able to find wrecks, even if they're wrecks that aren't completely destroyed, right? Derelict ships, and get pieces, parts, and put a ship together. Of course, then you've got to do whatever needs to be done to be able to register it and whatever. And all of that is, again, opium and copium to the nth degree, because we're not even to a point where you can repair a ship that's broken. Well, together, cutting a valve from the... Yes, that would be cool. I mean, that would be great. I mean, you know, and you get that kind of ship construction in some games. I don't think we'll get it in Star Citizen, at least not in the next... Not in my lifetime, we'll put it that way. But that would be awesome. Oh, man. All right, I gotta... Oh, my goodness. I'm out of coffee. And I've got to get dinner going. I'm going to go ahead and hop out of here. Let's find somebody to pass everybody on to, though, since Buster was super kind and gave us a raid. So who else is doing what with Star Citizen? But I will be back at it tomorrow. Let's see. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are still cruising on Hopium and Copium hype. Star Citizen was right there. It's actually been a while since I looked to see who was doing what. See some of the usual offenders. I say that with all the love. Yeah, that sounds like a no thank you to me too, Medrin. Well, I appreciate that, Cadmium. I do. Man, I hate to do random raids because I don't ever want to raid over into somebody that's like, I don't really want to be there. Is this, it is. Okay, we're going to raid somebody I met through Noodles community. And he seems to be a good dude. So we're going to raid Coastin and see what he's up to. It looks like he's still playing the game. It looks like he's playing the same game I am. If that's his gameplay, we're looking at somebody in-capped. So we're going to raid Coastin, and thank y'all again for hanging out. I appreciate it. I will be back at it again tomorrow. Until then, stay safe and stay healthy, and I'll see y'all around the verse. And of course, my tablet went to sleep just as I said that. I really need to get me a Go XLR or something like that eventually. We're going to do this, and we're going to do... God, I can't type at all. Is this working? We're doing the thing, and we're going to raid him, and I will... oh God, I was trying to find the music. Where's the music? There we go. I'm out of here. I will see y'all. All the love. Thank y'all so much for hanging out, and I appreciate all the support with the stuff that's going on with my son. Have a good one, y'all. Check Hostin out and show him some love if you like what he's doing. I meant to say that before.